Welcome to week number 4 of 7MMC, the 7th Mario Maker celebration. As with previous weeks, we have 8 new levels from 8 new makers to show you. And all of the level codes, as well as the video trailer that was created by Lecter Sandvik and voiced by Duffy, as with the YMM projects in years past. All that's available on the mmcelebration.com website that we have linked in the chat. So let's get right into the levels. We'll try to be as completionist as we can as in previous weeks and collect all of the available anniversary balloons, marking 7 years and a few weeks since the launch of the original Super Mario Maker back in September 2015. The first one on the list today is Fishbone Flightline by Chichiri, otherwise known as Chichiri12345 on Twitch, who I think is probably, I don't know the full roster, but probably the most notable streamer to have made a contribution to this year's level selection. Chichiri is largely known for being a preeminent playtester of troll levels, somebody who knows those mechanics very well, but is actually quite new to me as a maker. I have very little awareness of Chichiri's levels as a player myself, and so this is going to be quite an invigorating experience, I'm sure. So, Fishbone Flightline, step on clouds to board with reach cruising altitude, enjoy the flight. The long description on the website reads, fly through the air on fast-paced fishbones. Harness the power of the SMB2 mushroom to turn foe into friend. Now, we've seen a couple of variations on this concept before, judging by the description, but I'm very interested to see how this is going to work out, so let's fly. Okay, SMB2. And plucking the cloud is going to do something to get me within Twister range. Never mind, it's actually just going to launch me right away. Right, because that gives you within range of the blaster down below. Blaster is going to fire the fish. Fish is just going to go. Didn't even pay attention to that. And you can't actually grab the cloud in that location because of the overlap priority with the mushroom platform semi-solid, so that's an important piece of information as we try to remind ourselves to jump off the fish in time. There we go. And we'll need some more SMB2, but that's okay. It's readily available over here. And what does this on-off switch even do? Ah, yes. It's going to get things in position. That was a bad idea. We're going quite quickly. We'll just have to watch out for our next destination. Everything is quite readable so far. We're just not reacting well. Okay, that's going to happen from time to time. So let's move the twister on a conveyor that's a little bit off screen. On-off switch, as you can see, is required to get through this gate over here. So no getting around that. Same idea over here. Let's get in position. Now, we missed a coin, so we're just going to take a dive and redo this. Luckily, that's not a death pit, that's just something that'll take me down a little further, so. Now, the down arrow just tells me where to stand. It doesn't particularly suggest, I think, that I need to be doing a crouch jump anywhere, although that's something we'll be looking out for later, given the high-powered jump that we have in SMB2, which here is denoted by a double arrow, so that's something we'll look for if that's going to be the indication scheme in this particular creation. Nope. Not here, we don't. There we go. Very gentle with giving you more fish bones to work with, though, so here we'll just need to get out of the crouch early enough to do the grab. We did have the right idea, given a double arrow. We just needed to hold up out of that to make our way out, and that's going to get us out of there with 2 out of 6 coins in tow. The last of which is likely to be a safety coin. And there we go. Yeah, I remember seeing something very similar. This low-gravity airship idea using the fish bones when the SMP-2 mushroom first launched, and it's actually much less commonly used than I would expect, I think. Now, I was supposed to grab that so I could give it a bit of a throw towards that coin. We will just take a dive, I think. Did I have a checkpoint here? I don't... Yes, we did. Really should have had the foresight to pick something up there and realize that I did not have additional chances to grab more fish bones behind me. Anyway, let's open things up. Please stand here. And whoops, nope. We'll just grab one and then ride another one. There we go. That's much better. That's how to do it, almost. Not quite. Perhaps not landing off-center would have helped there. That's okay, just a lot of minor adjustments to keep in mind, but I think that's generally the right idea. We'll be picking up one fish. We'll be riding the second fish. And we'll just need to land a little more accurately so we don't get chomped in front. And that's going to be it. You could have picked up the same fish at the end of that passage as well, of course. The same fish that you came in riding. But we're not going to do things that way. We're going to do things our own way. And in fact, I'm going to, well, completely miss that because we didn't account for wings. And I thought I could just do a quick pickup again to ride with a fish in my arms, and unfortunately that is going to move just a little too quickly to give me a chance to do it. So, probably not going to take quite that much of a risk. Alright, let's just do a single this time so we can grab it at the end of this passage, and then... Yeah, it would have been a bit blind to require me to pick up a fish in advance, not knowing what was coming, of course. And then let's not miss. And we missed. Okay, yeah, because I took too high a jump there as we were going for that coin. Wasn't really necessary, we just need to know where to crouch and where not to crouch. We didn't really need to do that much of a jump. That's okay, we're picking this up as we go. So once again, we'll totally miss that by jumping too far up front on its head. So yeah, I want to land dead center. The sprite for the big fishbone can be slightly deceiving. And let's jump it and see what happens. Nope, that's okay. At least we get another chance to get on our ride. And everything is pretty readable, except, of course, we just want to do a very short hop there. Just standing up will not do the trick. We do need to do a bit of a short hop, but it is going to require slightly crisper timing than what we've offered here so far. Oh. Let's try it again. Oh, we aimed that a little high, which means that I won't even need to do that much jumping around, given that it came in at an extremely convenient angle. And then, yeah, of course, we'll pop that. And we'll hitch a ride once again. Whoops. No, we won't. Well, I said hitch a ride once again. There we go. And here we are. Okay, 4 coins down. We have presumably one more plus a safety, so Mario Kart music here is extremely promising. Oh, no, thought I could pluck the cloud there. This is actually going to be a high jump. Oh, I see. No, this is not a high jump. This is just a spot where you're allowed to take these guys up. And we really need to take one up right away, otherwise we'll lose the opportunity to catch our ride on the other side. So let's see. Nope. We're not locked necessarily, but yeah, no, it's definitely not an SD lock scenario. You just get reset back to the beginning of this room. Nice thing about projects like this is that in most cases you can trust that self-destruct locks are not just left in place, just as a matter of project guidelines being what they are. I feel like we need to catch that lower one. And we were just a little bit slow on that, and yeah, potentially losing access to that lower fish is why there is this gentle reset here. Particularly as we are not past a fresh checkpoint. And it is something that you do want the chance to redo immediately in case there's any possibility of just misreading the necessity of catching up to the fish. Anyway, hopefully we were quick enough this time. Nope. I wonder if I should have just done a slide towards the wall instead. But yeah, just a little bit of lag time there that we need to take care of. The spacing there to get me to catch up is not quite what I wanted, so which means that I'm probably just a little behind pace when it comes to keeping up with the lower fish. Yeah, as you can see, I think I had to get in front of the fish I was riding, but it's going at such a speed that I can't necessarily count on doing it. We just need to race this up a lot faster than we've been doing. And yeah, really get ahead of it as we spawn the fast fish up on top. Whoops! Oh yeah, got bumped against a wall. Just a poor momentum calculation on my part when we should have just dipped out to the left. Having observed that time that the spacing should have worked perfectly well for my purposes. Alright, up we go. We're a little slower than I was taking this before, but if we outpace the fish going to this launching point, we should be in good shape. There we go. Plenty of time to get out. We are down by a coin, though, still, and we'll have to see what happens there. This is kind of like a twice almost. It kind of deceives you into thinking that you're in a near identical setup to the opening of the level, although of course the pipe entrance does suggest differently. So, nice little deception play there. We did need to crouch to jump out of obtaining... Whoops, nope. Let's dive. Yeah, to jump out of obtaining coin number 5 in that location. But coins are accounted for at this point, apart from the inevitable safety coin, so... As far as what we need to know to get through this level, we are in pretty decent shape. Well, let's try this again. Let's do a cleaner pickup this time. Alright, here we are. And once again, we're going to ride nice and fast. We're going to try to catch the coin on that little short hop after the first few blunders that we make here. And we're through. Okay, once again, we want to get ahead of this as quickly as possible. Thank you for the follow. And okay, we're going to outpace the lower fish a little bit, which is what we do need to do in order to have any possibility of landing safely there in time for the high jump, as before. So here, yeah, just a matter of making sure we do, in fact, get a jump out of that, and we have checkpoint over here. Now, we have something up above, which may or may not be something interesting. It's just one-ups or endless, I suppose. And Clueless, welcome. Okay. So we need to... not do that, first of all. Follow the arrows and jump off and let the state switch do its thing. It'll take me a moment to read that room properly, I suppose, but we'll see what we can do with it. Yeah, the first one's going to miss me completely. Yeah, so as you can see up top, the setup with the bomb heading towards the Muncher, or vice versa rather, on top, loaded above the conveyor belt, that's what enforces that we're going to do a bit of a loop here until we have enough state switches to have the bomb meet up with the Muncher up top. And so there's going to be a bit of a loop-de-loop as we go back and forth while we're waiting for that to happen. Nope, still a little bit late on that jump. I was preparing for it, but we do need to get out of there well before the jumping point that I was picking. So we'll try to do this a little more cleanly. First one's going to miss. Nope, once again, just coming out a little too late and nipping this. And you know what? That was actually perfectly fine. Making it up to the top allowed me to have access to an additional SMB2 mushroom, which I hadn't really considered, so taking damage there is not the worst thing in the world. It is survivable, we just need to make it up there at all. Nope, too soon. There we were below the line. Alright, let's try it again. I'm sure we can do better than that. Yeah, there we go. So we do have access to more SMB2 mushrooms, and then here, though, we will not have quite as nice a safety margin. We do need to go directly to that vine, which we did have the opportunity to spot on the way in. I'm pretty sure it gives you plenty of scouting information if you wanted to. Take a peek down there. And we're not going to do it fast way. We're going to go for an additional cycle here first, and then that just resets. And once again, we'll grab this, because it's quite generous about letting you hit that blade if you are going to be that imprecise. That gives me a key. As we get through here with 5 coins in tow, now we have a challenge to, I think, dunk something in the clown car, so the clown car, while it's holding an object, is able to shoot the ice to the right side. So now this is a neat little thing here where the throw interacts with the twister, and you need to basically shoot some hoops here and have things dunk in the clown car just in time for me to lower the clown car into position such that it shoots between those two one-way panels and allows me to step right through. And here we are. We're going to go for the true ending, naturally. And that is a bonus. And here we are, in the balloon room. And that is quite a munchy balloon that we have here. Oh, that's a 7 down here. That's where the 7 is located. Trying to make heads or tails of this design. But anyway, it's Muncher, I suppose. Or a series of Munchers. I'm just trying to look at this and see if the code here isn't doing any kind of pixel art that I'm not quite recognizing. But we won't worry too much about it. We will, however, grab the 50 coin just to be completionist in the purest form. And out we go. Love that little hard block ladder at the very end there. Not only to strongly encourage me to make a grab for the top of the flagpole at the end, but also paying tribute to good old SMB1 aesthetics. Let's take a look at the comments in case there's artwork to look at. This is, I think, the most popularly played level so far this week, and being #1 in a set, there's some possibility of, well, my favorite form of transport, but moreover, images of Mario standing on flying fish bones, if anybody cared to draw that. No artwork yet. By the looks of it, not much of it anyway, so I'm sure it'll be coming though. Ah, here it is from Aurasphere. First comment here as well, right at the bottom of the list. Alright, let's take a look at whatever's next. Next on the list is going to be a level called Spike Might Strike, rather. Say it a couple times fast, by Nexar. Nexar returns to us after having created one of my personal favorites in 4YMM 2 years ago, Bloodwiggler Mansion. I think Nexar has hardly uploaded anything since then in the past 2 years, so it's kind of nice to have a maker of this distinction make a long-awaited return. Where Caven has Link trapped with the Spike Mites. Can he wrangle these beasts? We'll find out. The lengthy description on our website reads, a Caven has Link trapped in a cave filled with the ferocious Spike Mites. Though they may be sharp and beastly, can he use them to carve a way out? So that's perhaps slightly more specific about their beastliness. We'll see how it goes. Anyway, we're going to get pushed out of there right away. Got that spike ball right from the start. That looks awfully suspicious. Especially because we will need to brush these clouds with a spike ball headed in my direction. And then it's also going to open up a gate right here. Then, now we've got a couple of other interactions to work with here. Yeah, no, it's going to park itself on a conveyor belt just as I hoped. And since it remains alive, nothing else additional is going to spawn just yet. We are, however, going to perhaps bump this. Or we just run through it and go for the POW, but we can also probably just Pegasus stash it, perhaps. No, it's just going to bump like that. Nope, POW hit is not going to work at all here. The POW is going to work as a gate, though, so... Why don't we just need to push it a lot? No. That's not going to be it. I'm probably missing something extremely obvious there, like using a bomb, for instance, to blow that thing up. That would have been the obvious thing to do. Anyway, we have definitely seen a very high proportion of Master Sword action in this year's set. Certainly no complaints about that, given just the range of interactions it makes possible. Now notice that there is a pretty substantial pink coin collection here as well, and it's going to begin with what looks like it's going to be an anti-key death checkpoint. So, anti-key death checkpoint kind of implies to me that we are going to have a required coin path through this level. And you'll notice that there is a blue switch state block that is on top of that spring in the bottom right, which tells me that if there is some kind of... well, it's not going to be at checkpoint, because at checkpoint you're just going to spawn up top above the spring, but in that bottom location there will be eventually be some kind of state where you pop out of one of the pipes on the right, and take the lower path instead, perhaps. But there will be some state-dependent shenanigans here involving how that first pink coin budged up against the entity limit. A couple of stumps here, we don't know what to do with these just yet. Although I think carving out a path for that guy is somewhat likely. I kind of wonder if there's a spawn block that's going to happen here, if we come back here through the door and see if maybe it gives me a blaster or something else. I feel like that's certainly possible. And look at that, this is telling me something about the blasters, but I do first of all want to see... Yep, there is something blocked here, and it's a star. Which makes me wonder... Well, we've got a couple of different places we can go to so far, but there might be some room where this is required. I'm just going to scout around first, just to see what happens. Yeah, it looks like we need to open up a path for a spike ball to come up and roll all the way here. In order to do that, we do need to make sure it is able to fall part way, but need to cancel out from time to time so it's not just going to cut straight across everything. Yeah, because you want it to fall off here, probably, and we'll just need to even this out a bit. This one's going to be a bit of a tricky location here, given the offset that we see. But possibly rolling down here is still going to smooth things out. Slope does throw things off a little bit, perhaps. In fact, because it's likely to come down low, we may have to pop this and just hope it rolls up the slope like this. I think that's actually going to be very probable. Notice this corner over here, that strongly implies going like this. And we'll just escort this all the way over. And no, we do need to pop out one additional one. And this is a reloadable room, which makes quite a great deal of sense, given the circumstances. That is exactly what we needed to do. And we'll think about that star axis that we had in case it becomes relevant, and also whether the red pipe is enterable, although it is just a spawning location so far, so perhaps not. Slope here precludes me from entering that location, so we're not going to deal with it. We're just going to scan around and see which other key coins we can reveal. So let's not think about the star too much right now. It doesn't seem required for this segment. On-off switch is going to send both of those spike balls over to the left, though, and I think we probably need to perhaps place a bomb here so we can have a remote detonation followed by a reversal over here. I feel like we'll probably need to blow this guy up, unless another one spawns. Another one does spawn, okay. One thing that can potentially... Whoops, no, that's a bad idea. Interestingly enough, we can move the sword, which has some interesting implications, I think, because... Whoops. Another spike ball is going to spawn, but I actually kind of want to see if we can poke the sword and just escort it over here and see if we can do anything really cheesy with that. Probably not too cheesy. But if you block the on-off switch, I actually kind of wonder... yeah, we don't want to mess with that guy too much, but... Okay, here's what I'm trying to do. I'm mostly just trying to mess around, but... we're going to send this sword over. That's a bit of an issue, but not much of one. Great. So we're going to send a sword over to the other side, just for style points. Oh no, I missed. Okay, never mind. I was hoping to send it over so we could reclaim the sword, although we don't need to send it over all the way because we have invincibility frames that allow us to perhaps grab this in advance and then Let me just see if I can show you what I'm doing in the 140 seconds I have left, since we're just messing around and trying to break stuff. Whoops. Whoops, no, that's not what we want. So, I want to slap the horizontal spring on the other side. Just to be fancy. There's absolutely no real functional reason to do this, other than wanting to be fancy. Okay. Alright, we can do that too. And even if we take damage here, we can then run through. Run through. There we go. Watch this. So what happens if I do this? And then we can get back out to grab another sword, so no big deal if we do it. I was just kind of curious. I don't think I can actually move that any further though, so maybe that's not useful. Okay, never mind, that's not useful. Also, we should figure out how to save our progress with a refreshing checkpoint. If we can find where the reload location is going to be. Anyway, let's not mess around too much with this. Let's do a timed thing over here, as we said previously. Oh yeah, we need to blow up that first one. So yeah, that's completely unaffected, in fact. And the first one will make contact. Great. Let's look for a checkpoint reloader. It looks like it's going to be in this pipe over here, and it'll just loop me around. If I understand it correctly. And yeah, it's got the same kind of mechanism here, where eventually, past key death, it looks like there is going to be a state switch that will just obstruct the coin and send you back along this alternate path instead. So yeah, once you have the off state, it makes the flag as well as the coin under it inaccessible. And so that's how the anti-key death mechanism is going to function. Then here we have a couple of things that we can blow up. Heart blocks on the left, I feel like that's likely to give me some kind of spawner as well. So, let's break some things open. That's what we're here for. Might as well be extra diligent about that. And we'll see what that eventually gets me. We have a couple of different doors here. Also, Spike Ball would need to kill this in order for me to grab a hard block down below, so looks like we do want to somehow send a Spike Ball down to that location to take out the cloud. And how shall we do that? It looks like we may be maybe at entity limit. Although well, not quite. We kind of released one with the coin under checkpoint. No, I'm just thinking about this cloud and how we're going to deal with it. Because there won't be too many options for that, other than the spike balls that we've been dealing with all through the level. Anyway, let's see what that spawn block was all about. I bet that spawn block with the bombs on the left, that's what gives me a spike ball. Yes, indeed. That was absolutely it. And you just need to get in position to deflect it down here. Which is reasonably simple. We just need to outpace it, or perhaps take the orange pipe back around. And then, whoops, no. Need to get down to pipe level. That's probably much easier, in fact. Let's just do things this way. Okay, blow this up. Okay, that doesn't seem to be getting me anything so far, but we'll back out there and see what that is. A P-switch. P-switch will freeze the conveyors, although these conveyors here are decorative, so that doesn't do anything for me. We'll see which adjacent room that P-switch is going to affect, perhaps, but for the time being, we'll just go through each of these rooms and grab the coins accordingly. Yeah, on-off switches all over the place. Looks like the idea here is to make sure we can get up to the top level. Probably using some momentum trickery. So we're able to deflect the other spike ball. Either that, or we make sure that spike ball is able to fall down so we can jump on top of it using Link the way he usually does. Yeah, it's going to fall down. It is, however, going to deflect this other way. So we want to freeze it in this location. Maybe not that location. Now, there is a strong incentive here then to use the P-switch in the previous room to freeze the conveyor belts, because that prevents issues happening with the spike ball coming down here and just kind of sailing immediately to the right. So we should consider using that P-switch, but we won't. What we'll do instead is just try to do this the hard way. And then what I want to do is tap this. Oh, I see. Because now we have a bit of an issue here, although maybe that should be within range. That is not within range. I see the problem. And unfortunately, additional activations here won't do anything for me. We needed to kill the spike ball outright after coming up here. The way to do that is to use the P-switch so it doesn't stay on a conveyor and it hits the wall. So let's go back, let's do it. I feel like this is maybe a little bit slow for my purposes. Yeah, because by the time we get here, P-switch is no longer going to be relevant. However, what we can do is toss a bomb over here. Oh no. What we can do is actually toss a bomb and then hit the on-off switch such that you have a bomb and spike ball interaction. So yeah, perhaps we won't use the P-switch method after all. What we'll do instead is we'll come over here. We do want to blow that up, but we'll do it this way. Never mind. Yeah, too much of a lag time here. That will not be useful. However, can we despawn it? Nope, that's still going to be well within range. We're going to blow this up a second time. Alright, let's spawn another one. What we can do is drop a bomb here, and then go up. Nope. Not quite like that. There's probably a cleaner method involving the P-switch in the other room, but I'm not going to find that right away. Nope. That's not within range, okay. That's fine, there are ways to do it. And get the bomb within range, perhaps. We'll just have to figure out what that's going to be. I feel like one thing that can be done here is that we will drop a bomb, head up, and then hit the on-off switch down below. Nope, that's not going to work. Nah, timing's not going to work at all. So we'll just have to rethink this one. feel like there's a much easier solution than what I'm doing here, but again, we're just messing around. Yeah. I feel like the P-switch in the previous room is definitely going to be part of it, but we're not really considering that properly right now. And also, I guess if we... Yeah, we can't do a bomb drop here because that's precisely what this upper semi-solid is trying to prevent. What we can do is a drop from here. No, we can't. Can't do that either. What we can do is a... This is actually pretty well defended, I think. Looking at this geometry here from the thing that I'm trying to do. What we can do is... I was hoping to use both a bomb and the arrow shot, such that you could have a double hit where the spike ball... I mean, if you send a spike ball down to the right side, that actually solves part of the issue, right? That if you manage to send it to the right... And then it's just going to go over into this corner. Okay. I'm just thinking about where to blow it up. Now, if we hit the P-switch in the previous room and then come in quickly, it's quite a distance to cover, though, which is why I'm very skeptical of that being the solution that we're going for. Anyway, we were already just on 4 coins, so that previous segment from this checkpoint didn't really do much for me here. But if we get it and get back out, we'll be able to open up that cloud. Whoops, there we go. Close call. We should actually look at some of these other rooms in case we see something relevant to that P-switch. Yeah, probably something to do with these conveyors over here. Let's see. This room... Oh, no. That's not what I wanted. Just trying to shield into that. And then, whoops. Yeah, we bump it. And then we can continue bumping it here and there until we have a good way to deflect it. Yeah, it's rotating right, so if we bump it this way, well, it's going to smash. But if we bumped it to the right, or sent it over, then we'd be able to trap it down on this level, so... I just have this much space to work with when it comes to more of a puzzly interaction. Anyway. Okay. I feel like we bomb this and then go to the left where the Master Sword is located. That's probably going to be the best idea because the spike ball is going to go down there and we want to deflect it to the right, so we'll come down here. And, oh, nope, forgot about these blocks down low. So again, we might need some kind of double interaction here. It's going to be pretty quick, though. So we can get the big spike ball trapped here. But this deflection sequence is going to require that I have another on-off interaction after that, which I feel like it's going to be a little bit tricky. Yeah, because basically you need another interaction with that on-off switch. Well, let's take a look at the arrow shooting locations here, because I feel like that's something we always have to consider. Yeah, because you can have a spike ball over here. It can also come to the right. If it does come to the right, though, we need to get ahead of it somehow to block. Blocking on the left, that's going to be in the off state. Not necessarily. Well, go back up and try it again. Oh. Anyway, we can just push this off. We can send it to the left, we can send it to the right. No, we need to send it to the left because... Oh, sorry, to the right because... Oh, that's not where it's located, but... We can do this. Trap it again. We can then do a push over to the right side, but then I won't be able to outpace it before it hits the wall. And it can't really come down this corner anyway. The spacing here strongly implies coming down to the left and getting pushed over. So the question is, how are we doing that quick second activation of the on-off switch? So we can do the first one with a bomb. But then we're in a little bit of trouble. Now we can do some kind of dropping shot over here, perhaps. Yeah, no. Just not in position to do that. However, we can also block this and then just try to get a quick on-off after that to prevent the issues we're running into here. Or we could do a setup with a small spike ball such that when you hit off, the small spike ball is located here and rolls over here to do the second interaction. This level has a lot of cheese. Yeah, Centrix looks like it probably does. I think that's the idea. Big spike ball on the bottom, small spike ball on the top. And then we have this activation, and the small spike ball does the second hit for me. Because we haven't been using the small spike ball at all, and I think that's almost certainly going to be the key here. So we'll trap this first, we'll get it to the bottom, and then we'll get the second spike ball in position. Nope. Yeah, outpacing this stuff is part of the issue here. Yeah. Okay, it does get trapped in the conveyor. I keep forgetting that. It will work out quite that nicely. Now we do the bomb throw. And then we need to be careful about getting into position quickly enough to do this deflection. There we go. Spent a lot of time in this room, but it was very clear once we actually managed to get it how that was going to go. Now let's remember to actually preserve this at checkpoint. Whoa, nearly got whacked by that guy. Also notice we haven't really thought about balloon locations just yet. And yeah, no point fussing with this stuff too much, given that we're going to run out of time pretty soon anyway. This one's going to roll over to the right, it's going to get trapped, it's going to allow me to jump up. But then... yeah, we actually need to shield into the spike ball. We need one spike ball to get me upstairs. We need to then blow it up, destroy it somehow, and then shield a second one from above the mushroom platform to go left, because having a player-activated spike ball hit the coin is the only way that we're actually going to get anything done here. Whoops. Oh no, I probably should have left it off here so it can actually stay in place. We have 30 seconds, but we'll see what we can do. Yeah, I don't want to leave a bomb here, given that it will probably just hit. However, we can do a bomb throw over here. No, we can't because the on-off switch is facing the wrong way. But what we can do is time out and then come back and try again. Anyway, yeah, in general, I think Link levels are going to be especially vulnerable to things that are often cheesy. This gives you a star eventually. So we might as well blow it up now in case that comes in handy. I like how there is a visual indication on each of these entrances, by the way, of what kind of room you're in for. A lot of multi-checkpoint levels do that. A lot of these non-linear challenge selection levels do that, but this is done quite well in terms of the artwork being relatively subtle in terms of designating which room is which as a memory aid. Also, I guess Star Speed actually gives you a bit of additional jumping power that could, in fact, break certain constraints when it comes to where you're allowed to go. So, we know how to trap the spike ball, we know how to take it up. Why don't I just fire an arrow first and then take the spike ball up? Fast conveyor belt's going to make it a little difficult for me to... Nope. Okay, we can do that. Oh, no we can't, because it just stays in place. Alright, let's reconsider. So it's not going to be a bomb over here. We should actually send a second Master Sword down. Why will we do that? Well, that would imply that I would want to deliberately take damage at some point. Which might be the case. Let's think about it. It's going to come here. Yeah, so we need some kind of remote interaction with that on-off switch after having gone upstairs. It's not going to be within bomb range. It isn't really a convenient location to do an arrow shot, however. What we can do is just drop a bomb down low first. Actually, you know what? Can I set this down? Whoops, no, yeah, that would have actually done the trick if I managed to not interfere with the bomb. You know, just kind of set it down in this corner. It does not look at all like the intended solution. To just set it very precisely down here, whoops. Would need to be a lot quicker about getting on that spike ball afterwards, of course. Nope, hang on. I feel like it is doable, though. Nope. And then we have no shield, but we have a sword. Great. That did not feel like the intended solution at all, but we'll take it. So I feel like we were supposed to do something with the on-off switching as well as the thing on the top right. That conveyor belt up there. But that's okay, we'll take it. A solution is a solution. Perhaps the star path is what eventually gets you up to the level's buried secret. We don't know that for a fact yet, though. And I don't know what this room is. Have we done this one? Yeah, we have done this one. It's the other side where we're still missing 2 more challenges. So let's preserve our progress. And let's see this room again. Just to give it a proper look. I feel like that other spike ball level, the other spike ball room we did just now, rather, with similar conveyor stoppage, is probably supposed to teach me something that I should reapply here that we just did not learn at all. But anyway, if you do this, and then the spike ball comes down, I feel like it's possible to drop a bomb here first. Not like that. I don't want to tap with the sword, obviously, but... yeah, you see how it kind of comes over to the left side first? It'll probably make contact with a bomb. At that point, we just need to jump up on it before the bomb hits. And it's always okay to just take a little bit of damage, because we can always grab another Master Sword up above. So, let's smash this first of all. Let's try to find a more convenient location. Nope, not. Nope. Probably not something time sensitive. It's almost certainly a puzzle interaction that I'm just not doing yet. But, you know, a solution is a solution. Again, we can kind of do this little edge drop on a bomb, too. If we're a little more precise. Doesn't feel like the tidiest solution. Once again, it really doesn't look like the intended path. Also, yeah, we let the other spike ball spawn too soon. When I should have killed it. So... we need to redo it, but I don't like the idea that we have going here. We just need to remember to smash the spike ball before another one comes down. Nope, hang on. Had the right idea, just wasn't paying attention to respawn just now. Then let's not spawn anything yet. Let's block this guy. There we go. That's another one. I guess it'll be interesting to see what the actual solutions are when we find out about them. Let's save our progress first before we run into any issues. And we'll loop around this side because we'll want to be doing this side anyway for the remaining coin segment, which is going to be this one on the left here, involving a note block. Once again, we haven't taken advantage yet of the P-switch, but perhaps there's a secret route that's bound up in that, using the star and the P-switch. As you can see, actually, there's a P-door in this segment here. So, we know how to get the P-switch, we know how to get to the P-door. The question is, how is the star in the other zone relevant? Because the star is pretty close to where the entry to the key door eventually is going to be, so let's open up the P-switch then. Okay. come back. Oh no. Again, just a total wash of that. Let's come up here. It's easier from this exit, I believe. We'll just loop back down. We'll open up the P. And then we can check the P door now, I think. We just need to be relatively quick about getting back up to the top if we are going to do things this way. Oops. Nope, totally missed that. I'll have to redo this. Mang, welcome. Let's map out our route in advance, in fact. Yeah, we just need to go forward and towards the P. Yeah, we just need a few seconds to do that once we're in this room. Let's do it that way. Just need to be extra brisk about this. Nope, once again, this note block is just completely throwing me off. I'm gonna be a little too slow here. Okay. 7 MMC, and here's one balloon. I feel like the star in the other zone is still relevant to something, though, so... Also, I want to see if we can blow this up. And whether it does anything if I do. I'm glad there are sound effects attached to it. I always like it when there's a bit of thought put into this stuff. I mean, if you're the kind of person who's going to discover a secret room, you're going to also be the kind of person who pokes around, right? In theory. At least I would. Hey, we can even try these ones here. Sound effect? Hey, there we go. That's how you know you're dealing with a maker who knows his stuff. Now, I don't get a Master Sword respawn in this room, so we don't want to mess around too much, but... Whoops. Fine, we'll just leave. Okay. Now, it can bounce in this location. We will think about this. Because I think the bounce here is going to take it up to slope, and then on the way back down, it should bounce up to the upper level. Then you can give it a bit of a nudge, and then that's it. So, looks like we've seen everything except for the star on the other side. I want to figure out what the star is for. But for now, we do have the key. No state switch yet. That's for the anti-key that's respawn. This location is interesting. This little thing here. Not sure what that implies. Because that doesn't seem to spawn block anything. It's all about this guy here. I think... Oh yeah, no, that spawn blocks the spike ball. That's what we needed. So yeah, in the adjoining rooms, I didn't really see anything the star would interact with, but perhaps we'll take the star with us through the key door, and that's the interaction we're looking for. I feel like it has to be that. Yeah, I like the diversity of the various solutions here. Does having the star do anything for me? There's a balloon. Star speed might give me something interesting. Yeah, I feel like we still want the star for something. Also, let's blow this up too. Just for fun. And because we can. And we're not going to blow up absolutely everything, although notice that because of the hard block design, in theory we could. Just going to scout around up here in case there's anything else to look at. Anyway, let's actually go back, see what else we can do, because I don't know what this star is doing for me yet. And I think what we want to do is come down here. But then can we just break stuff? Yes, we can. Oh, there's a spring down there. And we're totally going to hit the key death because we were too busy messing around. That's okay. Gives us a chance to see the anti-key death mechanism, which is going to be exactly what we predicted it would be. And yeah, of course, breaking the spike balls there does kill you. Whereas we might have thought it makes you stronger, but, you know, we still don't know what the star is for, so I am driven to experiment a bit. Just to see. Maybe it's just its own reward. Yeah, so anti-key death, as expected, just gives you the key. Yeah, star's gonna run out. Okay, so the star doesn't seem to get you anything then. Unless people are aware of another secret that I may have missed using it, which I can't imagine what that would be. We can try to take a death here and take one more look at it. I feel like there is something. Given that it was also another spawn block sequence with a P-switch on the other side that gave you a secret as well, so. We'll open up the star first and we'll see the adjoining rooms. Yeah, it's strongly suggestive of some kind of secret we don't know about yet. We'll just look in these rooms in case one of them has an answer for me. Which may be the case, given that, well, we'll see here. We'll check this thing up top. Whoops. I don't think it's going to be this room, because I think it's just a ceiling on top. Yeah, nothing here. Nothing really that we can do with the star. I mean, in theory, maybe there's some entity breakage that we could be aware of. You know, it's actually entering the yellow pipe. That's what it is. And I was able to do so already earlier because we had figured out the way to pop the sword over to raise the trampoline earlier, and I just didn't even check entering the yellow pipe for some reason. In spite of the fact that we totally opened that up, because I was thinking of that mostly just as a spawning location for the lower thing here. So we can actually do this without the star, and I'll show you again how that's possible. Nope, hang on. I was messing around with this for so long earlier. It's clearly the star exit. Very clearly. But we're going to do this my way because I came so close to proving it earlier and I want to do it for real. So yeah, we don't even need to toggle the on-off switch here. We can just pop this over. And we take damage, we run through with the sword. And then through we go. No star required, except whoop. Okay, that was a bad idea. No, because I saw the bomb and thought, oh, am I going to be within bomb range? Yeah, no, because I thought I might be within bomb range there. We'll do it this way again anyway, just to prove something. I mean, we all know we can go through there with a star, but we'll... be special. Just because this is the way I play. Okay. Nope, that's okay. No Master Sword. I feel like we're going to get blown up by the bomb here, but let's... Oh, no, we're not. Okay, great. It does mean that I won't have the opportunity here to blow up this balloon to see what kind of sound effect is tied to it, or, for example, check the MMC over here. But a star does give me the opportunity to get back out safely, which is perhaps the most important thing. So let's just do that as advertised and get back out safely. Okay. Let's actually get out. And just for good measure. Okay, everything's gonna blow up, and then we're gonna try to go over the flag just to see if we can. We were going to step on that anyway at the end of the flagpole sequence, but, you know, I thought we'd just try that out. And Meng, thank you for the GGs. Hope you've had a wonderful time seeing your own level from week 3 get played over the course of the past week. We spent way too long on that one, but that's okay. Yeah, I'm hoping to do the whole set today, but I'm aware that there is the Rubik's Cube escape room as well as the 10 Maker Troll collaboration coming later in today's set, so we'll see if it's realistic to finish everything in one sitting. We may have to split between today and tomorrow, especially if I take this long on something relatively simple. So, 36-second record. There definitely is some cheese. Next level is going to be by Zach Divine. We're seeing Zach Divine here on the viewer level stream a few times recently, but we'll see what he's delivered this time with 7 MMC Domain of the Cloud Army. Navigate to and through the Royal Cloud Palace to fight King Cloud, who you see looking very chipper there in the thumbnail image. The long description on the website... Oh, I have to go back to see the artwork in the previous level, but yeah, let's do that first, actually. 12 comments, probably not much. Except for Looney being here in 2 places at once, we can kind of guess what those 2 places may be. Very fortunate of Looney not to run out of comments. And Aura Sphere delivering the artwork quota, as we saw in the previous level. Anyway, the long description on the website reads, climb your way up to the Royal Cloud Palace, maneuver your way through the Royal Guard's defenses, and engage in combat with the King of Clouds himself. Oh, yeah. Anyway, love that hitbox. That works brilliantly. Always love cloud concepts. Look at this lovely tree, too. So we need a spin jump on that. I told myself that as I was already in midair, so that did not go well at all. We're going to check this for pig noise. No. It's not. We're going to climb the tree, however, and we're going to see... That looks like it's eventually going to be reachable if we have something else cloudy to make our way up there. Whoops. Didn't see where I was landing. That's okay. Through we go. You would think I'd be accustomed to a lot of cloud movement by now, having worked with it pretty thoroughly in the past. Cloud is always camera bound, so you just need to be aware of the camera scroll. It's tugging it this way and that when it's in a certain spot in its pattern. Now this, where you traverse the level to get additional clouds to jump on, reminds me of a cloud stump level that was made by Saku, who made that mole maze back in 4YMM. Very similar progression, except this time much deadlier because you're working with spike tops rather than stumps. We just need to be cautious. No pink coins in this one, by the way, you'll notice. We're just going for a 50 coin here. There we go. Alright. And yeah, that one is literally just there for the 50 coin, that's fine. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we just need to dodge on the ground like we've been doing previously. And this, we're going to be out of range on the camera boundary here, so I don't need to worry about that too much. Oh, this thing always throws me off because it doesn't follow how the artwork behaves in Super Mario World. Even though at this point I'm much more familiar with Maker. Anyway, this is totally out of range of all the POWs that we had earlier. Arrow on the left, that's interesting. That's not suspicious at all. Yeah, let's do it. Okay. It's going to spawn something necessary. And also cut me off from this side, although we will need to fall back into that claw to proceed below. Nope. Anyway, let's see what we're going to do this time. And we've already done the proof of concept for secrets earlier on. Luca, welcome. Anyway, let's head up here. You can probably see how this experience is going so far. Old man yells at clouds. Whoops. Nope. Should have once again avoided tugging the camera when it's already heading towards me from behind. That's just going to accelerate it and get me into a whole load of trouble. Just have to be extra careful with that. And duck out of those camera movements whenever possible. Okay. Over here, along the camera boundary, we're going to be quite safe. Notice this little marker here is actually providing you a pretty accurate visual estimate of how far the cloud is going to go when you're in this position. On the right side here as well, at least when your screen is along the left side boundary. So, nice little subtle visual detail there just to give you a reference point to work with. Okay, let's be cautious. Very cautious. We need to get within range of activating the swamp, which means I'll have to get up here. And yeah, we're taking this pretty carefully so far. Whoop. And we'll just stay here until we have an opportunity to hit the question block before we get ourselves into too much trouble. I'm inspecting this pretty carefully, but we don't see any secret exits so far. We are pretty early in the level, though, so definitely not an expectation. Bumpers everywhere. Oh, I guess this is maybe a Cloud mini-boss. So yeah, this is just a traversal challenge here where we try to proceed somewhat delicately. We'll be hitting some kind of on-off switch and reversing through. This is fairly obvious to me that that's going to be a two-way gate. This must be an interesting one to speedrun, actually. I feel like the speedrun for the people who are the record hunters on the leaderboard must be quite interesting to spectate. I wouldn't really grind it out myself, but I'm sure it looks really fancy. Okay, let's get down here. Yeah, all the placements are pretty gentle when it comes to giving you clear places to stand. Notice this stretch over here, but it's not relevant to us until we've hit an on-off switch though, so we'll just proceed onward here for now, and ahaha, this is not going to work out too well. Let's get out of here quickly before we get into a world of pain. And look at that spike there, just kind of hanging out. Since we jumped through some one-way elements, we'll just need to hop back out here, I think. And oh, here's another checkpoint. Maybe I missed something then, because after hitting the on-off switch, there was the gate past Boom Boom earlier that we didn't take. And I wonder if it was possible to go back there at this point. So let's skip this checkpoint for a moment, because I think we're getting right into a boss segment. Yeah, I think we missed whatever that Boom Boom to the left was about. So I do want to go back there first, since it's clear to me that we've just bypassed a point in the level. So it looks like it was possible to reverse back to the left in that area then, so we'll do that instead. Yeah, you should be able to reverse through here. And through the Boom Boom, it just takes us back to that on-off gate that we saw much earlier. We've already been distracted by the 30 coin once, but we'll do it twice. Just for style points. Yeah, you can see where the on-off activation is going to give me a passageway back here. It's at that upper level that's above the clouds, so we just kind of assumed too quickly that we were finished with that top segment when it was not actually the case. Notice that there's another big coin that was also over there to the right. Whoa, nope, standing too close. But yeah, if I'd paid attention carefully, I would have noticed that we did have an immediate route to get out of there, and then we have a backwards route to the secret, much like we had with the Taramis and P-Balloon level that was in one of the earlier weeks. Alright. Sure, let's do that. And we've got plenty of opportunity here to just tug that over in a very risky fashion. We just need to duck out of everything as we go. Here we are. So yeah, we hit the on-off switch, then we reverse. Feels like there are a bunch of sky theme levels this year. I mean, the sky theme is generally quite attractive across multiple styles. Great music, typically, too. Just a lot of things to work with that are quite appealing when it comes to platformers, especially. Yeah, last year the glut was SMB3 Castle, of all things, and I say that as somebody who also made something in SMB3 Castle. Just coincidentally, a bunch of people piled onto it at once. Yeah, let's wait for this boo because I honestly don't want to deal with it. Oh, whoops, nope. Raised my head there too soon as I was about to run over below to Boom Boom. Thought I had that so well planned. Anyway, we're not really going to do this any faster. Although, a little bit of recklessness never hurt anybody. So, we'll try to do some things a little more efficiently, but in general, you just need to be fairly rhythmic about understanding the point at which the clouds are going to overlap with Mario. It's just that when you do a big camera scroll, that changes their binding position. You need to be extra cautious. You see, like there, I knew I was going to sit in a pretty bad corner with that timing. This is a level about constantly ducking in fear. Yeah. Good practice for the nuclear apocalypse. Okay, let's get over here. It's very useful, of course, that in this game, unlike in Maker 1, you can in fact duck as Small Mario, which always catches me by surprise that you can't do that in Maker 1. So, in that respect, this is a very Maker 2 exclusive concept. Yeah, Luca, I did see that 69 MMC has a level this week. I don't know if I'll have time, simply because, you know, we do have the escape room and a troll coming at the end of today's set. So I'm expecting that I may already have to split between two streams, but we'll see how long everything else takes me, because I'm, you know, trying to be thorough as usual. If I don't play the 69 MMC level this week, though, we'll definitely try to deal it in some other way. Pardon me, just losing my voice for a second. Okay, better. I just need to... just a moment. Okay, much better. Just needed to take a quick drink while I was not dodging clouds at the same time. Another thing I noticed about this week's set is there's nothing that's explicitly labeled as being a music level. So that just stuck out at me all of a sudden, because, you know, I'm always trying to run an audio check and get things to not break too badly before I start up on a stream. And it was only then that I realized how unusual it felt to not be promised something like a global music level or a music auto-scroll, given what a regular presence it tends to be. But of course, you know, this week got some other genre coverage beside that, so definitely nothing to worry about. There is boss music. Okay, yeah. Looking forward to that. And we'll see how that goes. Anyway, down a cloud stack we go, and then back to Boom Boom. Let's not have that self-inflicted death this time from peeking out a little too early. What did I say? We made exactly the same mistake. Probably because I'm just watching too many moving targets at once there between the Stretch popping its head up and down and, you know, having to time my jumps around that. Okay, I'm trying to rush this maybe a little too quickly now. Okay, here we are. But yeah, if we do end up splitting up the stream, then we'll definitely account for the 69 MMC level as part of that set. But if we're doing everything one go today, I don't necessarily expect we'll have time. We haven't really grabbed that 50 coin on that side yet, either. We should maybe consider doing so at some point. Right now the priority is to get past the reverse route. Oh, bad idea. There we go. Slowly inching the camera forward. Okay, that was kind of a close one. Yeah, this timing here is definitely going to throw me off a little bit. I do want the clouds to be coming in from the left as I prepare to run. Nope. Was not happy with that timing this time. There we go. And we'll just want to outrun Boom Boom as quickly as we can. Yeah, kind of staying a little bit ahead of the clouds by nudging our way forward at a certain rate can definitely happen. Notice that the state switch also switches to which piranha plants you're dealing with in that area. This looks like the door I'm going for. We'll try it. Here we are. Anyway, star mode, here it is. Anyway, 7 M key. We needed to kill Boom Boom, didn't we? We need to kill Boom Boom. That's what this implies. Yep, we missed something. Well, in that case, we should be lucky. Consider ourselves lucky that we have not hit checkpoint yet, because then we can go back and do that. We absolutely need to kill Boom Boom. Anyway, very nice to have that treasure hunter spike over there. And Luca, you were saying you haven't played levels this week yet. You said this a few minutes ago, so you'll avoid watching it. Yeah. Have fun with that yourself. Looking forward to any comment art you may choose to leave. There's very little artwork we've seen so far in the levels we've played already this week. But, you know, everything's freshly launched. Some things have been re-uploaded, I think. Or at least the troll was re-uploaded. I think it is up to version 17 now. I believe it launched with 15 or 16. And that's understandable given that, you know, people break levels like that in new and exciting ways. I'm sure we'll have an interesting experience with that ourselves. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it could be the Boom Boom Kill. I suspect it's the Boom Boom Kill. It could also be... Let me think about that. Proceeding a little further past that door before we enter. But I think it's going to be the Boom Boom Kill. I feel like that's very strongly implied. Which is going to be interesting. And not be too bad, we just need to not die to being chased. Whoa, that was a close one. Okay, this guy here. I need to deal with him. I think we want to lead Boom Boom out of this chamber, if we can. No, we can't, because he's just going to bounce. And we do need to get back into position here then and lead him down. Don't like his current positioning because he's going to wind up on the wrong side of me. Oh yeah, and then he's just going to get budged there. That's fine, we can take the bridges and we can just land on top of him. I feel like that's the way to do it. Nope, that's not the way to do it because he'll just pounce on me like that. Yeah, so there's nowhere to go beyond this door here, as you can see. Nothing's going to happen there. So, clearly, it is going to be Boom Boom holding the key. Thinking about whether there's anything else we can use here as a tool to expedite the kill, but it doesn't look like it from what I'm seeing so far. We just need to straight up kill him in the Chamber of Death. The level will not be truly complete until we've done so. Oops. Playing a little bit risky here, let's just wait this out. Yeah. I think you do need to stay in that central chamber and just use the bridges to your advantage and drop on Boom Boom at opportune moments. But as you can see, we did run into a little bit of trouble with the spike part of his pattern. And just need to keep that in mind. Nope, hang on. Thinking a little too far ahead here with how we're going to approach him. Okay. Alright, we're fine. Just need to not stand too close. And mind that camera tug while we're at it. And yeah, I'm just thinking ahead already to what we're going to do about that Boom Boom positioning. In terms of what the attack pattern should be and how we stay reasonably safe and cautious while doing it. Yeah, staying ahead of a cloud like that works out really well. Whoops, just got up too early again. Like I said, staying ahead of a cloud works out well. Nope. Now this is really squeezing quite a lot of mileage out of this concept though. I think the obstacles have been quite nice in terms of just testing your ability to stop and go with some consistency. Whoop. Bit too much of a forward slide there on that landing. I miscalculated our momentum. Zach Divine, welcome. Zach Divine, we're trying to do the Boom Boom kill route right now. I have found a balloon room already, but went in without the key. And so we've only really had one proper attempt at even fighting Boom Boom so far. And we'll need to make some improvements on that score. But yeah, having a great time with this so far. And I'm sure, as I was saying much earlier, whoever has decided to go over to speed record this week must be in for... Well, I don't know if they're in for a treat, but certainly their viewers would be after recording it, given that I think this would be a pretty interesting level to try to figure out in terms of getting cloud patterns to behave the way you want as somebody trying to optimize the clear time. Anyway, like I was saying, inching forward, staying ahead of the camera movement here. Clouds on the right side certainly works in theory. Practice, we're playing pretty reactively to everything that I've been seeing here, so yeah, it's changing layers that always adds a little bit of lag time here that we need to account for. And then there's this guy who's got a problem. So yeah, we just need to watch out for Boom Boom's shell queue, which is going to be a little difficult to read under these circumstances. Whoa, no, that's awful. That's okay, he does get trapped. We just need to go out the side if he's going to do that to me. Nope. Thought it was going to jump me that time and didn't quite go. Yeah, actually trying to fight Boom Boom is a tremendous difficulty spike over not doing so, that's the true ending we're going for here. Certainly no mistake about that. Nope. But we'll try to make it happen. Okay, once again, we'll just try to get back into position here. As long as we're reasonably cautious getting back to Boom Boom, shouldn't be too much of an issue. But done this often enough at this stage. I'm dying to a lot of occasional carelessness when it comes to just coming out of the crouch a few frames too early. Yeah, let's just be extra cautious. Yeah, staying ahead a little bit was fun while it lasted. Just try to inch forward slowly. Having the cannons be off screen at this point certainly works. That was a close call. Didn't really estimate properly how the clouds were going to snap into position there as I moved the camera once again. Yeah, the synchronization between the boos and clouds is definitely one of the trickiest spots that I've seen so far. Okay, let's try to get Boom Boom out of here somehow. We need to crouch pretty much whenever we stop. The problem is just finding places to stop and go. whoa. How did that happen? Oh, yeah. Because Boom Boom hit the wall, and he did that thing where he bounces up when he hits the wall, and then I got the hit on him, but when I got the hit, I bounced into the cloud, so this is not going to be easy. This particular task here. I don't know how many Boom Boom clears have been caught on video so far. It is a pretty tremendous difficulty spike over the next available objective, as I was saying earlier. Certainly makes a big difference relative to just finding the balloon room. But we'll do it. I haven't even seen the final segment yet because we've just been... Oh, whoops, no, I didn't mean to go through the door. That, like I was saying, haven't even seen the final segment. We'll avoid a checkpoint, we'll go back and we'll do this again. Yeah, that was a totally mistaken door entry. That was a bad idea. Bad place to stop. Thought I could just slide under smoothly. Could have gone better. But I am definitely eager to shave off some time in the early segment here just so we can get back to Boom Boom as cleanly as possible. Okay. That's going to be fine so far. We'll continue this way. And yeah, it's alright if you need to head out for now, Zach Divine. I know this is probably not the best time to spectate, so we'll hopefully have a good show for you on the VOD. That was also an accidental entry. I was trying to duck there. No, we don't want to reset, obviously. We want to hit the spike. No, that was just a misclick. As I was standing over the door rather inconveniently, so... yeah, we'll take our time with it. Like I was saying, I don't feel particularly pressured to complete everything in one stream like I've been doing in previous weeks. I kind of expected this week would require a little more time per level out of me, especially with playstyle that we show off around here. Whoops. Fourth corner, welcome. Yeah, there we go. And we'll just wait for this before we go run for it. There we are. Yeah, it just needs to do this somewhat rhythmically. Landing around Boom Boom, though. I mean, considering that we haven't even gotten one hit successfully so far, 3 hits will be very tricky. Kaboom! 3 minutes, welcome. Thank you so much for the resub. And I hope you've been doing well. Let's not enter this door. That's a bad idea. Okay, whoa. Bad place to stand. So optimistic about how we were pulling the camera there, we got a little over-eager. Okay, that was a good pattern with the boo for once, but Missed the opportunity. So here's the thing. Bouncing on top of Boom Boom puts me in quite a great deal of danger. So we can't rely on that either. No, I had no chance there. Pretty much had to run for it. Yeah, B-Minute says it's pretty much exactly how it feels. A little Boom Boom emote there. That's exactly what's going on. This actually feels like it might be one of the hardest optional objectives that we've tried so far. So if you're just joining us, we've already found a secret route in this level, which is to hit the on-off switch and reverse all the way back to this store. That's the optional exit. We found it, we've gone through it, but there's an additional key door after that which strongly implies that we have to kill Boom Boom in order to grab the key. And that is a significantly harder undertaking, so we'll have to see what we can do with it. I've completed every optional objective so far in 7MMC. This one is the one I'm most worried about out of all of the ones that I've seen so far, as we are nowhere close right now to actually making something of that fight. Well, we'll have to see. There are a lot of ways for that to go wrong, and we needed to hit him 3 times, which is going to be a bit of an issue. Yeah, because you have this whole stop and go thing happening while Boom Boom is potentially chasing you down or bumping you from below, and just being able to keep track of your own position while you're dealing with some moving targets here is going to take some work. Yeah, so running out of the side so Boom Boom kind of gets back out of position seems to be part of the method here. Okay, at least we're playing safely around him. Just haven't found a pattern to get up to him yet. Nope. Yeah. And it's a long way back to Boom Boom. Very long way back. So. It would be pretty funny if he wasn't the one holding the key, but I'm fairly certain that he is. So we'll just have to redo this until we can make it happen. Pangaea Panga. And the whole Panga crew coming in with a rate of 400 and something, 460. Very generous of you to come in and join me today. I do know that for those of you from Panga's stream, that Panga has also been running some of these 7MMC levels. We are running the Week 4 set that was released today. Thank you for the follows, incidentally. We are currently doing the bonus objective in this level. It's going to take a while, so bear with me. We might be here for some time to come. So, for those of you just joining us, the bonus objective in this level, spoiler alert, involves hitting the on-off switch, not proceeding through the door that takes you to checkpoint 2, and coming back to this door here. But there is an additional key door beyond that that strongly implies that we have to kill the Boom Boom on the way back, which is a problem. So I hope that the stream over on Panga's end treated you well today. I don't know what content was being played over there, but you know, whether it's the top makers list or some kind of Kaizo fiesta like we usually expect. But all the new follows, all the new chat messages, etc. All the new pogs are very much appreciated. Yeah, we very often have a lot of the makers from projects like 7MMC hang out on this stream, so not so many today. It's been comparatively quiet relative to previous weeks, but then that's what all of you folks have come in here to fix, so very good to see you all. But yeah, we typically run Mario Maker on this stream, kind of a mix of viewer levels and puzzles and projects like 7MMC. I was myself previously a level contributor to 456YMM. And we've been doing some other things besides. I've been doing some Splatoon and Monkey Island lately on the side. But it is mostly Mario Maker here, so those of you new here, I do hope you enjoy your stay. And yeah, it is the 7th Mario Maker celebration. In fact, there is a chat command. I'm going to pause carefully here so I don't die to raising myself out of the crouch. And yeah, those of you who enjoyed a commentary, I'm very grateful for a compliment. I'm glad you find it easy listening, I suppose. Okay, let's watch this timing here, because this one here has been getting me into trouble. And this is the Boom Boom that I'm talking about. We're trying to kill the Boom Boom, and he's a problem. He's a huge problem. Kazman, this streamer has a voice made for Tall Radio and a podcast listened to by at least 13k people weekly in the Pacific Northwest while doing ad spots for Dollar Shave Club. I'm going to have a word with Dollar Shave Club, and I'm going to tell them you suggested that. I think that's a splendid idea. Anyway, this Boom Boom, I don't even know how to approach him. We haven't gotten a single hit on him yet without dying, so we obviously need to use the bridges to my advantage, because each of the bridges does give me some spacing to work with. Also, being 2 spots above him means that he can't reach me with the hop. So I think I need to position him in the middle like we've been doing here. We'll let him do his little hop, and then we'll go on the attack. And miss. Completely miss. But at least we're staying alive. That's an improvement. There we go, 1 hit. It's a new record. It's another new record. You know what? That's great, actually. Having him hop up like that from the middle works out. Especially because we're on that 3-hit pattern now where he's going extra fast. So let's wait for Boom Boom to do his shell form boost first. If he does, I don't know if he can be baited into it immediately when he's already on the 3rd hit, but we're going to try it. Whoa, that was close. That was extremely close. I got extremely lucky there to not run into the spike top. Now, there's a little more to go before we actually get to the secret door, so you folks came in just in time to watch me actually succeed at this thing, which is excellent timing. Nope. And it's a choke. It's a choke. But hey, it's a new record. Welcome to this evening's entertainment, or this morning's, depending on your time zone. Anyway, that was a moment. Maybe a somewhat expected one, but, you know, we'll fix it. Might take some time, but we have a method for Boom Boom at least, which is to take the bridge in the middle up top. Get the first 2 hits down, and I did get kind of lucky with the 3rd hit previously in terms of my timing relative to the spike tops, so we can't necessarily count on that being so clean every time. And we may be here for a while yet. Once again, thank you for all the new follows. Trying to keep up with the notifications and chat messages here. Whoops. Which is maybe not the most cautious thing to do while I'm dodging clouds at the same time. Yeah, that was a pretty bad position under that piranha plant. I thought I was going to slide a little further beyond that, and then we just ended up getting completely trapped. So... okay. The drama, it continues. Alright, so, we have a method. We go up to the bridge in the middle. We need to get out of here first, just to pull away on the side defensively until we have an opportunity to reset this thing all over again. See, this is the problem that arises when I try to think ahead by too many steps. We wind up completely blowing the timings just by exiting out of crouch much too early. That's okay, we'll fix it. And continue. Okay, up we go. Alright, that's not too bad. You need to be fairly cautious whenever you change levels on the y-axis here, but... we've got a lot of time to work with on the clock, so not too worried about any of that. Anyway, the important thing is that we did confirm that Boom Boom is holding the key, although, like I said, that was very strongly implied. I think there weren't too many other possibilities. Synchronization here leaves a lot to be desired. Okay, there we go. Alright, once again, we try to lead Boom Boom down, and then we try to get up to the top layer. There we go. We lead him down, we let him do his little hop, then we attack. That was too close. Nearly got bopped into the spike top again. Anyway, he does the high hop on the second boost, so just staying here in position works out pretty well. And then we just go on the attack once again. In fact, if we lead him to the right, if my timing is good, I should be able to just bop him directly. There we go. Okay, we have a systematic method for that. That's important. Now we need to not die to this thing a second time. Might want to stand closer, like we did with the stretch boo. We can really take our time with this and be cautious. And not stand on top of that one on the left either. Okay, door is right up ahead. Let's not choke. Famous last words. Let's not scroll the camera too aggressively, and we are through. Here it is. Alright, that wasn't that bad. That wasn't that bad. Not nearly as bad as I feared on my first few attempts at a Boom Boom. It was just a matter of discerning a consistent method that would actually work for that. Anyway, here's the 7MMC balloon. We'd seen that previously. We just need to go in this door now. Now, it's not GG yet because we haven't actually beaten the level yet. We haven't seen the final boss segment past checkpoint 2, apart from immediately taking a death so we could reset back to the secret route. So we're not done. We've got some ways left to go. And we have a cake. And we're finally going to take that checkpoint and then head over to this ominous looking skull-marked pipe. Okay, here's the Cloud Snake. Surely can't be too bad after dealing with Boom Boom. I think we're going to have to spin jump up at some point, though, to get in the position for the on-off toggle that we see on either side. Actually, no, we don't. We can just use the rainbow semi-solids. The positioning should be just fine. And in fact, when you're off to the side on the camera, the clouds are not going to touch you at all, so it's just a matter of making it through the middle. And it's relatively easy from there compared to how we were doing earlier, certainly. Now, I think this is just a repeated on-off toggle until we have a P-switch activation from some mechanism that is off-screen. I didn't see the mechanism myself, but that seems to be a fairly reasonable inference. So, let's get over here and... yeah, notice that there is some entity trickery here that progresses to fight by opening up additional elements like that piranha plant that came out the right side. I wonder if there's a certain predictable priority order to that, actually. If there are piranhas in both pipes, for instance, I wonder if releasing the entity limit consistently makes one spawn first. Like whether it's always right and then left, or if there's an element of randomness to it. But yeah, these kind of multi-stage entity limit setups certainly do have some kind of reliable sequence to them, I think, but I don't exactly know how it's calculated within the game, so we've got a little more to do as we try to make it through this middle segment here. Leading the piranha plant positioning seems to be at least part of the trick. And here's the P-door. It is a repeated P-switch off screen, so we'll just take that and go. There we are. And it's symmetrical. I wonder what's up here. Nothing that we can reach. So we'll just go down, I suppose. Interesting. On-off switching over here. Oh, okay, it's just a tree and then a 7mmC, which we will, of course, attempt to traverse. Just in case it leads us anywhere interesting. You wouldn't put it here unless you actually had somewhere to go. Okay, 50 coin, we'll take it. We'll take it. I suppose we did miss that 150 coin that was in the on-off switching segment earlier, but cared somewhat less about that than I did about the Boom Boom route, so let's not take 120 seconds on this as we attempt to go up and not quite get a true 100%, but get reasonably close. So GG for real, I certainly hope so. I mean, we're not going to die here at least. It doesn't look like that, but shenanigans could still occur depending on what exactly it is we do here. We'll try to go over just to see what's by the heart in case there's something that gives me, say, access to the upper pipe with, say, a vine, as we expected. And we're going to finish with Yoshi and a Sad Cloud, because Sad Cloud has been defeated. And we'll even grab the 10 coin. And we'll even completely fail to smash this stuff up because I'm not big. Anyway, 70 seconds, let's not dawdle too long, but... which way did we come in? That way. Okay, out with the Sad Cloud, and... towards the gate. Now it's a GG. But all of the advanced congratulations are appreciated, nevertheless. So this is one of the more popular levels that has been uploaded this week so far. It is the 3rd out of 8 in the set. Again, for those of you joining us, this is from the 7th Mario Maker Celebration, which we have linked in the chat. Let's see what the comments are in case there's any artwork. Oh, look, there's a maker hint for anybody who actually left comments on. And Sacha has one of our forthcoming levels in this set, so this little comment from 44 minutes ago is a sign of things to come, I'm sure. Something about Angelo. And, oh, here's the Strike Squad. I assume from the Sad Cloud this was placed with the Sad Cloud, but we probably should have checked. And, okay. Yeah, Aurasphere kind of bringing the artwork this week on every level we've seen so far. So yeah, once again, thanks for the GGs. Let's move on to selection number 4. Next one's going to be by Silent Moon. And it is called Haunted Swamp. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, here it is. We're doing it in the website and trailer order, which is why we're kind of skipping around my list here. And there is a long description on the website as well, which we'll read in just a moment. Anyway, the short one here says the swamp is cursed. Every night a path reappears and disappears again. The lore is actually much more extensive, though. On a website it says, an old legend tells of an enchanted swamp, but even the elders aren't sure which story about it is true. Some say that there is a path open for a true hero and that the swamp reveals its secret. Others say the swamp tests anyone who dares to enter it. Others say the swamp is cursed, and anyone who enters it is said to see a path that disappears a short time later. In the end, your job is to visit the swamp and find out which story is true, and fill in the gap in the history books of the ancients. Not every lengthy description is quite that long, but some of the makers really kind of go full tilt with the background information. Anyway, we're not going to remember that. We're just going to see paths reappear, apparently. So, on to Swamp. And yeah, indeed, Shark Jr., lots and lots of lore. I do highly recommend the animated trailers for this project, by the way, which are on the website. They are by the same team that did the trailers for the predecessor to this project, the Years of Mario Maker YMM series in previous years. Okay, we're going to go for all secrets, so we are going to redo this to go for the first pink coin out of 6 that we see up top. Not going to miss that. Yeah, it does tell you where things are going to spawn approximately, so we'll just go for the P blocks as we see them. As well as the wall jumps that we're totally going to flub because I wasn't watching. Now, pretty clear dry bones landing there that we just need to not miss. Okay. Oh, okay, 1 up. I was expecting a dry bones there given the E-block, but no, it just tells you that something is going to spawn. We probably needed to spin on top of this. I may be getting a little ahead of myself here, which is why... Yeah, that was probably salvageable given that we could have just jumped back out onto the enchanted road mechanism that's been fired up by the spike balls here. It seemed like my timing was probably a little bit off of what the level wanted it to be in terms of where I was standing at a given time. But we'll see what we can do. We'll avoid these, of course. And yeah, I guess when we see a P-block, we want to wait for things to spawn first, perhaps, before we do anything. The platform is going to fall off the track directly into the pink coin, so that will be the method we just need to watch out for. Jumping out of that directly afterwards. So yeah, early on in this level I was kind of anticipating whatever was coming out of the P-block markers here, but looks like the thing we should actually do is wait and see what is coming. Whenever we see those. That's a miss. We do want 100%, we're going to go back and get it. Not going to cut too many corners here. Alright. Here we go. And like I was saying, we really do need to wait for that thing before we get quite so aggressive. Anyway, a little bit of a swirl here, never hurt anybody. So we'll just let this thing drop. Look at all those poor plants just dying to the left. Here's 7MMC. And everything's going to get crushed down below. Let's check both routes here in case there's anything to look at. There's a coin. There's also a letter C. We're obviously going to explore, but I think that's probably it. Any further and we're going to get ourselves into some mortal danger. That looks like a transitional area to the left that we'll be able to see properly later. Oh, okay, both M's. Did we check to 7? Let's check to 7. Nope, just the M's. Whoa, let's not do that. And let's head back down with everything within camera view if we can, so we don't just dunk ourselves into the poison down below. So that's 3 out of 6 coins. Well, 5 plus a safety as we head to the checkpoint and enter part 2, which has an exclamation block telling you that somebody just made a very interesting move on the board. Okay, once again, let's watch out for whatever spawns before we leap into the unknown. That was a bad idea. We do need to follow from behind, because if you look at the ground placement there, there's no way we're going to get ahead. That little single column of ground that was getting us into trouble because the Muncher ride was flushed against it and not about to let us through. I keep telling myself to be cautious about that kind of thing, and of course we're not. Anyway. Alright, didn't compensate for the momentum of the track pulling me back this time. Maybe we should be getting ahead instead of staying behind, but we'll have to be a little more strategic about this, perhaps. Okay, definitely needs a platform to go for this. Yeah, we can get ahead. We were just too slow earlier. Oh, nope, totally missed that. We'll go back and get it. Yeah, sometimes the artwork in the New Soup forest theme, jungle theme rather, both night and day, just tend to throw me off a little bit when it comes to visibility, just because, you know, sometimes the greens blend into each other and there's a little bit of visual noise, but look at that boost stack. Also, it's kind of easier to get onto this platform if you are short, so I felt like having the super mushroom there was actually a liability when it came to making that jump previously. But, this is obviously where to go, so we'll take it, and presumably see the safety coin. And we'll see a propeller. Excellent. And a squirrel, for that matter. Let's take propeller. We haven't really seen propeller at all in this project so far. We'll just fly up and grab everything we can. Well, fairly easygoing reprieve from all of the levels we were playing up to this point. Because I've really been taking my time with the ones prior to this, but this one just kind of presented itself as an interstitial level that has even more content in store. So let's see what this is. Hard mode, perhaps. Oh, okay. Chance to get a true ending. And here we are.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
Unfortunately, unlike in Mario Maker 1, you can't just have an ending screenshot that shows you all of the power-ups that you exited with, like you could back in the days of Miiverse, but hey, we got this on video, so it counts. Thank you so much for the GGs. Let's take a look at level number 5, I believe we're on now. Level number 5 is going to be the one by Rybones. Rybones is a maker we know quite well on this stream. He's come here quite often in the past. He was also a contributor to the previous years of Mario Maker projects that were celebrating prior anniversaries. And I think I've been playing some of his creations since all the way back in Maker 1. We did quite a lot of Maker 1 earlier this year as a big retro catch-up, and I seem to recall there was quite a bit of Rybones in that set as well. So we'll see what he's brought this time with Wiggle Worm Wanderlust, where Toad enters a maze-like mansion. Will he make it out or end up as worm food? Why not both? The long description says, creaking corridors and cobwebbed corners hide a wealth of wigglers and a plethora of pokies. Toad heartily enters harrowing, worm-eaten hallways for an exploratory expedition through perilous puzzle platforming pathways. Will he find secret passages filled with balloons or plummet to his death down darkened pits? Definitely both. Oh, we forgot to look at the comments on a previous one. Let's go back and do that before we forget. In case there's artwork, we know that Aurasphere probably dropped something again. Looney always likes to mark Looney's presence. Well, that's all water under the bridge. Very good practice for troll levels to come. Yeah, for those of you joining us, there is a 10 Maker Mega Troll collaboration coming at the end of this set today. That'll be something to look forward to if I manage to do everything on one stream, as I hope to do. Sus Among Us. And yeah, I noticed this as well, that in the trailer there was a typo with an ampersand replacing a 6. We eventually got that sorted out though, perhaps. Anyway, no artwork from Aurasphere, by the way, after I had hyped that up, given a precedent of the previous levels. Oh well, just a matter of time, I'm sure. Anyway, Wiggle Worm Wanderlust by Rybones. Let's go. That's a very lengthy record right now by Theorymon, nearly a 6-minute record on this, on relatively few plays, I suppose. Okay. We need to stomp and slide, I'm pretty sure. And we've got 2 routes available. Let's see what this is all about, because, whoops, obviously we do have a massive coin collection up top. And yeah, because it looks like once we release the on-off switch, we have to bump that trampoline from below in order to raise this wiggler to a different position, which will then get me some way up to the key door. Well, we'll see what the on-off switches are all about. On the other hand, it looks like I might have to do that now because we just don't have a way up to that wiggler. Yeah, we do. It's going to be another slope slide. No, we do need the on-off activation first before we can do a continuous slide down a slope up top, so. All these wigglers just angry by default. Yeah, so it's going to be the on-off activation further along on this end, and we eventually have to go back after a little bit of wall spinning, perhaps. What's down here? Let's take a donut down just in case, okay. Looks like that will be something. We do see the very prominently placed on-off switch. And then we'll need to be tall for this, I think. Because, yeah, not like we're going to have room to triple jump or anything, so we'll find some kind of shroom or other power up to proceed at that point. Whoops. So, a bit of a non-linear exploratory element to it. Like a miniature Metroid in some ways, perhaps. Anyway, let's move on over here then and see if we can get to that number 7. It's tucked away over here. Okay, a little bit low to get that wall jump going. I was kind of coming in low against a corner. We can do better than that, certainly. And up we go. Oh, we could totally have gotten up to the top level there, by the way, I think. If we were a little more strategic about twirling, and once again we need to watch the centering of this Wiggler a little bit better. He doesn't go up at the midpoint between the two diagonal tracks. He actually kind of overshoots a little bit because of the way the tracks are placed closer together than I would have expected. So yeah, we do need to watch that pattern a little more carefully. Whoops. And I do wonder if we can reach the top right of this layout that I was considering earlier. I'll have to go back and try that. A bit of a tall order, I think. But there is that blaster that implies that something can be picked up at that location. Possibly something like the mushroom we were looking for. No, it's a P-switch, and we have the opportunity to take it. Okay, P-switch is going to switch some of those blocks over. Also, all these coins are just going to remain in my way because we didn't clear the coins that were above the falling donuts earlier, did we? So isn't that going to be a problem? P-switch is going to obstruct over here, yeah. I feel like we need to redo this. Because otherwise the P-switch didn't do anything beneficial for me just yet. Oh, nope, same mistake. Yeah, so I feel like we will need to hit the P-switch and then head down from there, because we should also be thinking about where all these coin placements are in case any of them turn out to be useful, but they are going to obstruct me once the P-switch is active, so we do need to look at this cautiously. Let's clear out this space first. That wasn't obvious to me before, but it is now. Once again, we'll overshoot slightly. That solves that problem slightly. Oh, there's that coin to the left that we have taken a look at. Now, here I needed to raise this seesaw using the P-switch, and then the Wiggler comes over. The Wiggler comes over to a position that allows me to jump on top of it for the on-off switch. That's what it is. Then we can take care of this guy. This block to the left, I wonder what that's going to be about. Probably some kind of trap. So, yeah, we just need to go for that P-switch again and loop around until we have had a chance to bring that Wiggler into position below the on-off switch. And that will solve it nicely. Let's leave this guy over before we do the slope slide. And up we go. Okay, going forward. And thank you for the follow. Yeah, a bit of a risky move there. That was, once again, not really compensating for its actual position when it comes up from that diagonal. We keep underestimating just how far that Wiggler is going to be projected. Might be easier to catch it when it's going right to left and left to right, but we'll just watch just a little more closely, and that cleaned up in no time. There we go. That's how to do it. I forgot to clear up the coins. We need to clear up the coins, and then we hit the P-switch. Yeah, if you're going for the P-switch first, there's definitely a little bit here that's going to catch you by surprise. There we go. Stop this guy, and then now we make it over. Whoops. That was incautious. Yeah, and then if we open up that slot to the left, perhaps we can use it for something. Or perhaps it is a spawn block of some sort. Or once you clear that block and you scroll out of the way and scroll back, something will happen. Let's spin jump. Alright, let's get back here. And up we go. Did I remember to grab the coins? I totally didn't. We need to stop forgetting that. I suppose the level sort of leads you towards checking this first. Your first time here, before you have to go back up to see about that P-switch, but we just need to remember to do that first every time, lest we run into even more trouble. Okay, let's go for this thing here. Let's spring him. And then we need to not die to this guy afterwards, but hitting the on-off switch is going to resolve that partly. Let's get him out of the way. And up we go. Okay, now what? Now we have the on-off switch activated, so we need to go back to the left. Pretty reasonable backtracking that we see here so far. We'll then need to raise the spring here, and then we'll need another on-off activation after that, I think, in order to get through the key door, so let's keep that in mind. And yeah, we need to do the slide in this location here. Good. Dunking the piranha is going to allow this wiggler to climb out, which then allows me to jump up to the top left. And here's the key. Now, there is another series of on-off switches up top, so we'll take that instead. Let's be careful with the jump here. And through we go. I wonder about these coins sometimes. There's of course some kind of secret at some point that we'll need to keep an eye out for. That was actually just the first segment before the anti-key death checkpoint that we see here. So we have actually got a lot more of this level left to go, given that we haven't even started on the coin hunt yet, past the intro section. And yeah, it looks like we'll just take this and start exploring. Safety coin over the key door at the end there, so that will be the main road. We'll need to keep an eye out for the secret road. Okay. So, let's start in the top left and work our way radially, perhaps. Got a lot going on here. No way but down right now, though, so we'll follow the coin trail and actually handle those wall jumps while paying attention to the camera positioning of where it is we're landing. That might be helpful. And you can go low, but we're going to go high. And it's a bunch of 10 coins, okay. Looks like this is going to be a double spin over here. Let's be careful. That's going to go far enough that we should be able to wall jump over that. Then what's up here? Whoops.
Oh, no.
Too busy scouting around instead of watching where we're going. Okay, let's do this again. Let's be extra careful. We maybe should check what is down below here once we stop spinning into every spike along our way, obviously. Yeah, let's be careful. We can do better than that, and we will. Sure, let's check the lower location. Number 7, and then once again, that's going to be another exercise in dunking that wiggler into a different position, perhaps. Yeah. We'll get it out over there, squeeze it over, and take this. Eventually, we'll need to be big for stomping our way down there, so we'll just keep that in mind. And we might as well just explore the lower level a little bit more, and as you can see, nothing is going to take me through the Piranha Plant just yet. So, we have quite a lot of exploring left to do before we proceed further. And yeah, every few coins I should probably use the reloading checkpoint to save ourselves some trouble. In fact, let's do that now, just so we preserve something. We're not going to do that after every coin, perhaps, but we'll save where appropriate. Okay. Coin trail was no longer there to assist me that time, but that's okay. We've got plenty of information to work with, and I suppose that makes me thankful for having grabbed that checkpoint. That's okay. We'll not do that. Okay. Same idea, we'll just go back up. We've made these jumps before, it's just a matter of having a slightly better timing than what I've demonstrated so far. That guy really does wiggle back and forth, doesn't he? Same one we died to previously. Okay. Let's wait for him to come down and try that once again. Yeah, overshooting on the second jump here is fine. Okay, let's spin over though, so we're not just hugging the screen the whole time. Yeah, I need to position that slide a little bit better. Perhaps the lower arc of the wall spin is going to do some wonders there. I think it's going to be a pretty flexible jump either way in terms of whether I choose to spin or not, but we'll do whatever's comfortable. Whoops. And perhaps try to hit some more of these moving targets. Yeah. Okay. Let's try it again. And there we are. Whoops, nope. Total miss. Okay, let's slide down gently so we know what we're dealing with here. I probably wanted to run off that platform, actually. Yeah, that was a mistake. I shouldn't have left that platform as early as I did because we didn't see where we were going when I actually needed to lower that Pokey into position so I could spin jump on top of it from the left side of the fallen platform. So we kind of departed that prematurely. We'll just need to play a little more cleanly from now on. I mean, I was reading that for the first time, so just kind of misinterpreted what that segment was going for. And mechanically, it should be an easy fix. Yeah, so we stay here, then we give it a spin on top, and that's a coin. We will want to hit the save point for this one, I'm sure. Okay. Although, let's see about this guy. I mean, we would need to spin on top of him, and then wall jump and a wall spin on top after that, I think. Here we go. It's going to be extra cautious here while we don't have a lot of visibility on the camera. Looks like up here we would need to go through that blue pipe. That's fine, we can do that. Let's explore. And yeah, that takes you back to the checkpoint area, which is good, I think. We'll definitely save our progress so far. Notice all these doors to the side here. No, that's where we entered previously, so just a lot of X's to work with. Notice too, this other key door on the left side here that has no safety attached to it. I feel like that is an exit key door in some fashion. Probably for the key coin mechanism. Like, whatever anti-key theft mechanism there is probably involves one of those routes that we don't have a clear idea about yet. We'll think about that later when we actually have some interactions with the save system. Yeah, so left side we had seen some of this stuff previously. That's where it came from originally. Yes, yes. I lose track of these things. Okay, this one's easy. Or so I would think. Wouldn't think I'd need a triple jump off of it or something, but... Let's see about this, because I feel like we will need something 3-3. Oh no, no, it's just 7 MMC sideways. It has nothing to do with triple jumps or anything of the sort. We need to raise this by raising the seesaw, instead of just trying to brute force it all day. Okay, we've been here, we've been there. Just a 50 coin on that side. And yeah, we'll just go through the seesaw segment here, and that should allow me to go back to this side. Exit only pipe, as you can see here, at least so far. I feel like we can reposition this wiggler and then do a slide down towards it. If we're a little quicker. Let's reposition. Nope. Let's try to enter that gap properly. Nope. Hang on. Need to be a little faster about this. Maybe drag him down here. But why would I want to do that? If I'm sliding... Oh, that's because the sliding state is going to persist through here. And I need that sliding state in order to punch my way through the Piranha Plant. So, we will refresh the checkpoint first just to save the other coins. Because we'll want to try this a few times, I'm sure. Yeah, so we want to maintain the sliding state all the way until we kill the plant. Whoops. Trying to get ground pound there, that was not successful. But that's why we reloaded in this location. You were worried I was not going to save the coin. Well, you have plenty of reason to worry about that, given my playstyle. Nope. We need to get up here faster. Let's trap this guy down here a bit. Okay, that works too. That does not work because we lost the slide at the very end. Nope, also lost the slide once again. We just didn't really detect that properly. Once I cleared the slope, I should have gone back up to the top of the slope to build up as much slide momentum as possible. Let's think about this a little more strategically here. Whoops. A bit of a weird sliding spot, but... There we go. Nice landing. Anyway, we do need to do a claw drop over here to also open up access to the claw. So let's try to do that. I guess we need to wall jump across and then spin out of that on the other side. Oh, I was trying to spin. I just hit the wrong button. That's okay. We know how to get down. And we know how that's going to go. There we go. Left side first, just to see what happens. And bomb opens up the passageway. Okay. So it wasn't something to Dunko to power up after all. That's just a bit of an extra passage to work with. Yeah, we still haven't seen anything resembling a secret so far, so that's something to keep in mind as well. Is this potentially a triple jump, this thing here? Or do we just need a different entry point? Let's just take a look at potentially a different entry point. Or we could try to triple jump. Except, I think the Wiggler bounce actually would cancel that, wouldn't it? Let's go back up. Oh, there's a Wiggler that comes out here. That's interesting. I don't know how to manipulate that just yet, but we'll try to walk it over and... Okay, there's something here we're not doing. Could be triple jump. Nope. So we know there's a Wiggler that spawns from that pipe that's above where I just died. We'll figure out how to make that relevant. Backsliding my way through this one this time. We'll open this up just in case. Comes in handy. Whoops. I can't think of what it would be other than a triple jump. But I didn't think that would work with a Wiggler bounce in the middle of that sequence, so maybe we're missing something else instead.
Oh no!
That's a miss. Okay, let's drag the Wiggler. Let's get into that sliding state. Dunk this guy, and back we are. Open this up, but if not. And pull over like this. Now we need to think about this thing here. I feel like... No, hang on. Just slipping all over the place here. We definitely need a bit of momentum here. We need to think about whether I have everything I need so far to deal with that.
Oh no!
Occasionally just tucking in a little bit close on that attempt to wall jump. Or ground pound, rather. Get into the slide. I almost think we should figure out the right side first before we mess around with something we already know how to complete. So we know that there's going to be the Wiggler spawn up top here. I wonder if this Wiggler in the middle here then is exit only. I feel like that is just an exit only segment and we just need it to come down here again instead, unless... Yeah, there's no way down here though. But we could go through the checkpoint segment again since we want to save that coin. And perhaps that is an exit for something that we have to enter from this side. Or not. You see a whole lot of exits here. On the other hand... Nope, just a whole lot of exits here. Okay, so what would happen if we check? We'll check this. 4 coins to go, one of them being the safety. Yeah, this looks like the exit, so I guess down below that Wiggler must be the entrance. Whoops, no, we have to remember to clear this. I'd forgotten that we had reloaded from save, or rather reloaded the pipe. I would need to fix up that whole interaction once again. Nope. Well, let's see what we can do. Oh, let's drag it. Okay, that works. It doesn't work too effectively, though. I need more of a slide. There we go. Anyway, no need to do the left side. We've got that coin already. Although there is the passage that might be worth opening up. It looks so much like a triple jump. But we need to maintain direction in order to do that. Even the second jump might be able to do it. Yeah, there's a bit of a wahoo there, as you can see. Or we need to... Well, we can't really bomb this location. Possibly we need something to move the Wiggler. Something else to reposition it. We can also think about this Wiggler up top that we spawned out of that pipe. I kind of wonder if it is something extremely obvious. Yeah, yellow pipe just spawns it. Nothing else is going to connect with the lower part of this level. Oh, you just can't stop this guy. There we go. At long last. Let's maybe lure this guy to the right side instead. Oh, don't like that positioning. We need to lead him over. Nope. Maybe we can climb up the pipe. It is a vine pipe after all. Yeah, I don't like my positioning here. I don't feel like I'm getting enough height off that jump to do much. Roman numeral 7. I feel like these are just going to be exits. That's not going to give me nearly enough height to get on top of that pokey comfortably. There is another Wiggler though. Yeah, we jump on top of that Wiggler. Yeah, we jump on top of that Wiggler and then we do some kind of wall spin trick after that. Nope. That's roughly the right idea. Yeah, some of the platforming trickery involved in this level is going to be a little more advanced and nuanced, perhaps. Whoops, nope. You need to know your SMB mechanics relatively well in order to meet it with much success in this level. Okay, let's do this again. Whoops. Okay, we're going to go for that triple jump once again. Nope. Need to drag him a little further to the left. That is a bit of a tight turn there. Here we are. Okay, triple jump. Nope. Yeah, we need to hold into that third jump. Nope, let's not slide into that spike. This seems to be the first departure point that is recommended. There we go. Let's check the right side, since there are donut blocks to send it back down if necessary. We might as well check this first. I haven't seen it yet. Looks like there is a coin there that we haven't obtained, so we'll go for that. That's 2 of the 3 remaining coins accounted for. No, I don't know why I did a spin jump there when it was obviously supposed to be standard. Whoops, no. Not there. Oh, now I know what you were talking about earlier, Mang, when you said that's where it came from originally. You mean the key door on the left? Yeah, that is rather obvious. Given that there was no particular way available to get back in there from the checkpoint hub. Okay. Signaling for that is actually quite nice. I think it's adequate. Notice the on-off switch state dependency on the left side of that previous screen where I entered this pipe. Oops, still falling a little bit short. But anyway, there is that coin that's on the top left of that segment. Once you go through the yellow pipe, we'll just try to do it. Drag this guy back. Still no clue whatsoever what the secret could be. As there are so many potential locations to work with here when it comes to pipes and doors that may or may not be enterable. Nope. Once again, too late. It's a little tricky to time this guy. Partly because I have not been doing a very good job of my ground pounds in that central chute. Anyway, there we go. Okay, sound cues give me a very reliable spacing, so we'll use that. There we go. Okay, bullet over there. And it looks like it's probably a wall jump off the right side. No, you do need a bullet there. I only looked at that coin placement for the first time as I was falling towards it. But then it's just a matter of waiting for a bullet to jump on, so that's not difficult. That explains itself quite well. And there's a big section there that we haven't explored yet, which may account for the last remaining coin. But there is still that one coin. It's way above that other wiggler that we haven't quite managed yet. Nope. Surprisingly difficult slot to fall into. There we go. Got a triple again. Alright. Yeah, because there is a bottom right segment here as well that strongly implies there's another coin we'll see down there somehow. Okay, let's redo this. Yeah, that requires an on-off switch to open up the passage above the door, I suppose. Nope, I was off screen. I was trying to fall towards the 10 coin. I just didn't see my positioning because I was just so far out. I don't really need to land on the pokey. Entirely possible to just shoot over it. Okay, let's try it again. I can see now, by the way, why this still has such a lengthy world record last I checked. We'll have to take a look at a clear time afterwards, just out of curiosity. Nope, once again, too far off screen. Instead of going up to the wall, maybe I should just do a standard jump off of the bullet. I think I do have enough room to do that. That I might have somewhat more successful control. Let's try it again. Okay, same idea. Yeah, why don't we just do things the sensible way? Okay, that's just a one up there. I don't think that's really going to be useful to me otherwise, so let's not touch it. Right side, good. Whoa. Okay, so we can toggle the on-off switch, and then that changes a couple of things here. We can also get the thwomp up there. That's going to raise the wiggler. We can't do that yet. We can raise the thwomp this way. And then stomp it. Interestingly enough, it's just going to be placed right there. I don't know if that's be anything interesting at all. Whoop. Let's try to get back upstairs and see what the state switch accomplished. Okay, so state switch now lets me through to that door that looks reversible as well, so yeah, I didn't think about this slope previously, that it would be something that worked just fine. Let's scout ahead briefly. Interesting platform. Where does this go? Okay, let's be careful. I would want to take a look, but I also don't want it to dunk me back to the checkpoint at the very beginning. We have done so much to get this far. At the same time, I don't quite see how we're going to get up to the top right just yet, so we'll take this first. And something got smashed. Okay, good. I wonder if that's part of what will ultimately be the level's secret. Oh, yeah, you can also stomp this in such a way that the Wiggler is getting to get in position on the right side, so we just need to loop it in the correct direction when it's moving at that velocity. Nope. Wrong way. Maybe it does require a little bit of guesswork here. It is directionally dependent in a very subtle way as it goes back down onto the track and then back out. Okay. Oh, okay. Bullet. It's fine. We can do that. Yeah, toggles the on-off switch. We should save this. I do know where the last remaining one is at the moment. We haven't come out that left side door yet, though. Okay, 260 seconds. Let's go back downstairs, and so we can do the Wiggler pipe this time. Yellow pipe spawning yellow Wigglers. Yeah, and I feel like the door, that little smash up that we saw earlier, that's going to be part of the secrets route if we manage to find it. Nope.
Oh no!
Good thing we saved. We did save. Yes, we did. Okay. Always good to check. I don't trust myself when it comes to that. Okay, down we go. And this is the segment I'm talking about here. Also, it is affected by an on-off state switch in its own right. Which is important because I feel like we do want to do the toggle then before we get to that location. And the on-off state toggle may be important here when it comes to spawning something from that blaster. Particularly because it seems like I'm missing perhaps a critical power-up to reach the coin above the Wiggler that is as yet unaccounted for. Nope, it's falling off this every time. Nope.
Oh no!
There's perhaps a bit of a finicky segment here. We are. Okay, we're here. No, we want to do the on-off switch first. So we'll do that. I feel like there must have been an easier one to hit. But to do the on-off switch, we'll just fall directly to the right side. That's fairly simple. And we'll just head back out of this room. The cloud level earlier has me in the habit of ducking everywhere. Spike ball? Oh yes, spike ball then clears all this up. And that just makes it easier for me to get across though, right? It doesn't do much else. Aha! Secret? Possibly it is. Okay. So, boom boom and a balloon. So, we don't really have a way to get rid of the Wiggler currently. But we can always slide into boom boom, perhaps. And maybe that will
Oh no!
totally not work. I don't know why I thought that would work. That's okay. We'll do that on-off switch thing again, just to give that a proper look. There is a key locked behind Boom Boom. We just don't have a way to deal with the Wiggler yet. And hey, we've located a secret, so... Yeah, Mang, you're just giving me that look like... After all those Mang levels, you would think I know how Boom Boom works by now. But apparently not. Okay, fairly easy to get back there at least. Electra Dude, welcome. We've definitely had some Boom Boom moments today, haven't we? Okay. You didn't know you can't slide Boom Boom either. Yeah, you know, you would think that would have happened in a Meng level by this point, given how much slip and sliding tends to happen. But was this re-uploaded already? I didn't know it had come down. I wonder if I'm playing an outdated version, given that I've been on this for about an hour. And not quite an hour, less than that perhaps, but... It's definitely been one of the more involved ones, that's for sure. Yeah, we're gonna fight. Except, what do I do with the Wiggler here? Maybe there's something I need to interact with that I don't know about yet. Ding dong, really? That's a 7 heart, not a question mark heart. Oh, I see. He unstacks when you bring him into the corner. Okay. Now the thing is, Boom Boom may not die to the slide, but the Wiggler would. If I need to get it out of the way. I probably shouldn't get too close. That's okay. We know how to do the unstack now, and that's good because we've effectively solved that. We just need to go back and do it. Nope. That happens a lot. Nope. Theoremon randomly got the anti-key death key in the CP room. Interesting. Theoremon currently holds that 5-minute record on this thing. I don't know if that's related. Yeah, well, if this level got taken down already while I was playing it, then... I mean, we'll still try to get to clear first, and we'll see. I actually don't know what the upload time on this was, but... Thank you for the follow. It's not taken down yet, okay. So maybe Electrodude was just mentioned in a previous version, yeah, so... Wonder what the bug was. Anyway, let's do this spike ball bit over here. Alright, let's tap this. And what are we doing here? Let's go up. Very nice of a spike ball to just quietly float its way down. Almost like nobody's going to notice. Okay, we'll unstack Boom Boom and the Wiggler. Attempting to kill the Wiggler by sliding into it may not be a good idea after all. We'll actually leave it as a yellow Wiggler. I think that's not going to happen because we do need to bounce it in order to get up top. Yeah, because if you can't slide into Boom Boom, then sliding with an attempt to hit the Wiggler is probably a bad idea unless you've really separated the two of them in time and space, the way that we've done here. Okay. Oh, hey, Wiggler's got a key. Didn't expect that. Whoa. Boom Boom's going after me now. Alright, Boom Boom. Trap himself. Let's be cautious here. Here we go. No key off Boom Boom, only the Wiggler. Okay. So Boom Boom's just a massive distraction. Anyway, here are some balloons. We'll get through here. So yeah, we just needed to kill the Wiggler independently, and Boom Boom gets you nothing. Here's a heart. We will obviously try to uncover everything we can. Hey, look at this diagonal 7MMC here. That's very stylish. We've seen a lot of configurations of the 7MMC text in this level, in fact. Anyway, we've got a green balloon. Let's get out of here. And of course, we'll try to collect everything just to be extra thorough. Here's another number 7, so... Well, still maintaining that 100% streak. As long as we actually cleared the level, of course. Which we still have to do. Spin Jump Boom Boom is terrifying, yeah. Imagine if he had a propeller hat. Okay, back to the remaining coin, which we have not figured out yet. We will once again need to punch our way down. Oh, whoops. Let go of the slide. That's a bad idea. Yeah, it is very impressive, just the scale and complexity of this level. Some nice, vast, continuous spaces, which we sometimes don't see enough of in Maker 2, because Maker 2, just because of the way that scroll stop works, tends to encourage all these very boxy, room-like spaces, instead of these continuously flowing ones, which are much more like Maker 1 in character. Our Beshide Visor. For the next attempt, we will bring in Toad. May it not be for some time. Okay, we've been up to this segment on the right side previously, right? Haven't we? No, we haven't, because I just went up the pipe, and this coin is accounted for, so whatever that was there was not obtainable to me just yet. I think this door is going to be an exit. We saw that previously, in fact. Yeah, so we need to jump off that Wiggler once it spawns off the pipe, and then... This is going to be a bit of a tricky sequence, I think. No. Yeah, the coin is a pretty clear marker of where you should be going with that. But then it's a matter of how to get that spin going to get up to... I think I know how. If you jump on top of the Wiggler and dunk it on that one tile spot, it becomes a red Wiggler. Then you can get on a wall on the right and then spin back towards the red Wiggler, and then the spin takes you up on top of the Pokey, and then the Pokey takes you up to the coin. So that's how it will be done. We have Todd here, Capitan Todd, to show things off. Let's do the triple jump properly. Whoops. I like how there's a certain mechanics puzzle element to some of this as well. Not so much a matter of logic or item knowledge or anything like that, but just a matter of picking the right move to use. Which I suppose is what platforming is generally about. There we go. Well, we've seen the Boom Boom secret, so at this point I think we are free to go. As long as we don't break the checkpoint the same way that Theirymon did for some reason. Don't know if the bug has been dealt with yet, but I certainly hope it has been. Let's not die to that Wiggler trapped up top. I guess that's the, you know, I don't actually want to take the safety coin Wiggler. It's a bit of a death zone. Anyway, through we go. Alright, and the presence of Anti-Key Death did make me expect a little more here, so let's look for that red pipe that's going to get me to the true ending. We need a sliding state on the right side here. There we go. And that flows nicely into the pipe exit. Look at this. It's kind of a fake Wiggler. It's just going to spit some coins at me. Interesting. Oh, Thwomp's going to go. And then what does this do? It toggles. Okay. Now we know. Interesting. I wonder if I can get trapped up there. No, that's just going to be a wall jump location temporarily. Very temporarily. Nope. Missed it. So yeah, you do need to be fairly quick, and then if you're quick enough, that takes you down to the Wiggler on top of the Thwomp. That gets you across. So naturally we'll do it. Gotta do a true 100% here. Whenever possible. Nope. Yeah, missing sequence here. We do need to maybe twirl on that wall jump to just get a little bit of additional distance over to correct bumper rather than landing like that. That's okay. That's what Anti-Key Death is for. It will be trying this a bit longer just to see what happens. Yeah, some of the makers really went all out with their secrets placement. Squeezing every last drop out of these levels. No. I feel like I need to do this faster somehow, but maybe I'm overshooting a bit in terms of my position relative to the Thwomp. Also, the bumper is kind of throwing me off here. Like, we should be going straight up the bumper. And yeah, up to the donut block is fine. We're off by a little bit on the timing. Nope. Very slippery. Nope, that was actually correct. I just missed a wall jump at the top because we didn't get a good look at my positioning there. Okay, there we go. That's much better. Heart, and then what does that do? That's a 7. Now that's a door, but we don't want that. We want the donuts, don't we? Maybe this is just a reset. I hope it's a reset, because I'm not done yet. I wanted to ride the donuts out until I could stomp on the seesaw and raise the Wiggler over there, so hopefully this gives me another chance. Yeah, it does. Okay, let's ride out these two over here. And that'll take me out to the true ending. MMC. Okay, I think we got everything. That took some effort, but we made it. And thank you for the many G's. Yeah, this was a fairly early upload today, so if there is a re-upload to fix the key issue that Theoremon apparently identified. I guess we'll lose to clear on that, but that's okay. We can always get it back privately. I see Will also squeezed the record down to a 520. So Zangief was here. You can tell because this level involves a lot of spinning. And yeah, see, Havik felt very warmly about this one as well. Clear check time 5:07. So yeah, it took me a while, but that felt kind of like late Maker 1 in a way, where, you know, people were developing these multi-checkpoint mechanisms, and at the same time, we're still kind of thinking in terms of these huge continuous spaces the way they used to do, which we don't see quite so fashionably anymore because, you know, we usually see these recycled checkpoint concepts have a certain compartmentalization to them. A certain room by room, space by space separation, but no, this one just lets you explore and go at it. Very satisfying. So, let's move on. Let's do as much as we can. We're going to be on to level number 6. Next level is by Sasha, and it is Lacerating Locomotive. Let's pull that up. This spiky train doesn't stop, so make sure you hitch a ride. The website description says the same thing, so we'll just hop straight into it. Okay, so we just need to ride that. We no longer have a wall jump, so checking out there is useless. Well, we weren't alone in just dying off the first jump. Anyway, here's the train. Nice little variation on the usual kind of locomotive level. Whoops, let's remember to spin, of course, after we land on something, instead of just falling straight off like we would with other kinds of train concepts that we often see with, I don't know, buzzy shells or whatever else. Here we do need to maintain the spin state whenever we land on anything, really. I didn't think that through. But I also wasn't reading ahead by enough. Also, notice the key. The key strongly implies that finishing everything from the start without using checkpoints is going to be the bonus route here. Oops. So we'll just keep that in mind, that even if we hit checkpoint, though, we will continue with a standard clear just to make sure we learn the level, just to eliminate any issues with things catching me by surprise. Yeah, gotta get up here quickly. And here. And back down. Do I want to nuke the thwomps? I think I do. Then we take this back down. Whoops, a little slow. A snake block here. Okay, so far so good. And And we'll take checkpoint, although we'll need to learn how to do everything cleanly eventually. Yeah, standard jump would probably have been fine there. Yeah, I thought the first segment went pretty smoothly. It's very readable, actually. You just need to keep on your toes when it comes to where to spin. Nope. I needed to dunk it on top of the note block. That's what happens when you are as blind to reading indications as I am. Nice landing there. Yeah, it's a very smooth experience so far. A lot of these setups kind of just write themselves. Nope, spin jump, obviously. Let's build some correct habits here as we make our way forward. Going right to left in any circumstance in this game always throws me off a little bit, of course. You can do the exact same jumps in reverse order, and it'll still sometimes throw off your visual intuition for things like distance and momentum. Electro Dude, this was... I'll read your message in a moment, once I have a chance to stop. This was uploaded 5 minutes before the trailer dropped, but definitely one of your favorites. Sasha had a cool clown car idea before, but it didn't work out. Yeah, clown cars are, I think, sometimes trouble waiting to happen, depending on what you're using them for, and you know, how they bounce, how to clip through certain surfaces, etc. There's a lot of quality issues to work out. I mean, they're amazing when you can get them to behave, but and then, you know, that's a question of what Nintendo lets you keep when it comes to clown car bounciness. We've seen, I think, both Mang and Major have lost clown car powered levels before. So some of that momentum manipulation is perhaps frowned upon for ambiguous reasons that we're not privy to whatsoever. Which is really too bad. I mean, you've heard how often I say that Nintendo's aggressive deletions are probably the biggest threat to this game in the long term. Totally missing it on the first hit. That's okay. This is readable enough that I feel like the key route should not be too bad from what I've seen so far. We still have to see checkpoint 2 and what lies ahead, but I don't feel like the one-shot grind for this is going to be terribly forbidding. We just need to get ahead of the track sometimes and not do things like that. And yeah, RV welcome. Not sure I quite understand what you're getting at, but... Oh, whoops, spin jump. Let's pay attention. Okay, let's keep going. Let's try to get ahead a little bit, so we can have ample room to make an attempt to create our way over to the next checkpoint. Yeah, we're pretty clear at this point that it's going to be the perfect one-segment run. That is the hard mode here, so... You know, there are certain elements of this that, for perhaps self-evident reasons, actually do strike me as kind of an Electrodude style concept. But I guess I've probably spun on top of spike balls on a couple of your levels at this point. Including 4YMM, for that matter. I think... Yeah, Gilmore does a lot of this stuff too, actually. I kind of associate a lot of spike ball stomping with him for some reason. I mean, a lot of this level has a unique spin on its own. Let's actually hit the targets here. A unique spin, that's a way of putting it, that's for sure, but... Now, we just need to survive until the mushroom reaches its destination at that note block, right? I believe this is just going to be a bit of a survival timer while it creeps its way over, and then everything will just resolve itself. You were, in fact, the one to suggest a boss. Excellent suggestion. Excellent suggestion. Well, the influence was clearly felt. Yeah, I like this little boss timer phase 2 after you do the target hitting. I'm always impressed with multi-phase concepts when it comes to boss fights in terms of how to get set up. Grabbing the star allows you to eliminate the spike balls and go up the red pipe. That's what we're going for. We just didn't last long enough to make that happen. I didn't know what was going to be triggered by the mushroom, but... Yeah, very neat that you just have this sequence of multiple interactions going on. I feel like that's getting a ton of action out of a fairly limited space and limited number of elements. Just a lot of moment-to-moment variety. Yeah, let's maybe be a bit more careful about choosing which side to fall into when I do descend back down to the spikes. So, this part here is perhaps going to be the major risk to a perfect run. Seems like I'm dying here quite a bit more than I was previously. That's okay, we'll just need to master it with time. This is literally just survival. And I was just saying earlier, wasn't I, before I reached phase 2, that it felt like an Electrodude fight, but, you know, without the bullet dodging and all that. Well, here's the bullet dodging. Whoops. Sure. That was a whole lot of nothing. But we'll take it. And we will redo it for the perfect run. You also noticed that the box spawned winged beetles. You wonder how the mechanism works on top. Interesting. Yeah, if it's being used for some kind of displacement or something. Not sure. Can't quite visualize it off the top of my head. But let's start over. Let's try to make a good clean run through the whole thing. And yeah, that went pretty smoothly, I think. Let's get used to tapping start over after not having done so in a while. Also, getting there with a single bounce, that's going to be the speedrunner's route. And is already, I'm sure. Okay, going pretty smoothly. Love this little thwomp racing segment as well. Just getting maximal use out of the uptime on a star. Perfectly timed, in fact. Okay, that's segment 1 out of the way. Let's do segment 2. Yeah, this area is all about staying on pace. Not missing some of the easier shots. And landings. Just buying myself as much time as possible for fallbacks. Like I was saying. Now let's see about that boss. And let's see how we do. I feel positively warmed up on this thing. Okay. Let's get out of the way here, and then... Now time to dodge. Okay. Maintain position. Let's not choke. I was about to almost accidentally hit the axe. That would have been a terrible idea. And there's your 7 balloon. That's all there is to it. Let's take a look at it again. It's on fire. Burning rubber. Let's not die to this guy. Anyway, that is a one-shot of the true ending, so... That went a lot better than I expected, in fact, but I guess that just shows that the level works very reliably once you learn its mechanisms, and you kind of have to compliment the designer for that more than the player, really. Nice, clean balloon. Apart from the fact that it's on fire, I feel like that's going to be a pretty heavy pollutant, actually. Anyway, that's GG. We are coming to about the 4-hour mark. We have the escape room and the Mega Troll to go. Let's continue. I may have to interrupt them if they drag on a bit or if I'm called away, because, you know, past the 4-hour mark on the stream, things get a little bit unreliable, but, you know, we have the viewership here. We had the big raid from Panga earlier, in case you're wondering why my viewer numbers are slightly inflated. People who are still lurking after stream hopping for hours and hours. We're going to go on, we're going to do it, because I am actually very much looking forward to number 7 on the list from Rubik's Cube. And it's not going to be that one, it's going to be the Rosetta Block Trials. Yeah, and we'll see how we do for time. If we manage to go super, super long for some reason, we'll see about 69 MMC. This collaboration between Luca and Meng. Also, let's take a look at the comments on the one we just played. And yeah, a lot of people loving it so far. Speaking of which, yeah, no, I saw Electrodude as the first comment, and I assumed that you would have gotten first clear on this. Very fitting, I think, given the mechanics that were involved. Also, notice how nice that 7 balloon looks from a distance at the end. Very lovely. Anyway. So, Rubik's Cube is, I think, best known as a puzzle maker. I've seen him hang around in some of the puzzle streams like Rakowski's before, I think, and I've played collaborative puzzle levels with contributions from Rubik's Cube before, but I don't think I really know a lot of his creations firsthand. But anyway, this is going to be the first escape room, I believe, of 7MMC. That's the impression I got from the trailer anyway. And it's always lovely to have levels like this featured. They give me an excuse to bring up something that I have not brought up in a very long time, which is, in case it becomes necessary, we have a notepad. But yeah, I basically saw like a sign of a code entry or something in the trailer, and I thought, okay, this is maybe something we want to have the notepad prepared for. This is straight up puzzle? Okay, never mind then. Straight up puzzle is great. Maybe we don't need notes. Cryptic code of the Rosetta block and you may witness a secret. Let's do it. You would recommend a notepad, yeah. If necessary, I might switch to my Pro Controller so I can actually screenshot stuff. So I don't need to, jot things down pixel by pixel. Anyway, Document, I hope you're doing well. Good to see you here also. We've had a great time with this week so far. Bit of a long-winded time, but some of the hard mode challenges this week really kind of brought the muscle, so to speak. Anyway, there's a bit of a reset here. It looks like this is definitely some kind of... well, let's see, because I think this is going to blow up the bomb, and then that's going to show me how this works. This is just going to be a straight reset in case we need to restore any of the skull platforms. This looks like an ordering segment. It just teaches you that this is going to be in sequence 1, 2, 3. Seems like a pretty responsive mechanism to me. We'll just do this and then see how we do. Great. And it's going to be coin before checkpoint. Looks like the 3-block thing here is going to be established as number 2. It's going to go 1, 2, 3. So 3 question blocks equals 2. 3 question blocks equals 2. Because of the P block that's stacked here, I'm kind of thinking that like this is going to be 2. Let's say that this remains equivalent with what it was previously. And this would be 2. And then we need to determine a system for which one is 1 and which one is 3. Notice if you look at the clue to the right as well, that these blocks are not always necessarily stacked directly on top of each other. That if you look at the clue on the right, that there's going to be some additional variance that we need to account for. By straight up puzzle level, you mean there's no gameplay and there's only puzzle. Oh, I love that. That's fantastic. I haven't done one of these in a while. So let's assume that maybe the 3 question blocks have an equivalence. Can we assume that with the information we have? I'm not sure. But it's either going to be 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3. And I'm just kind of looking at this and wondering, do I have enough information to work with to actually discern that either way? Because the only reason that I established that this was 2 to begin with was because it is the missing column in this set, right? So assuming that things are additive, I'm going to say this is 3. That is incorrect. That's okay. We'll take this as a teaching segment. I don't know if I had enough information to actually do this, or if this one does need to be established by trial and error, as you kind of develop an understanding of how to interpret it. But we will see. I feel like there is going to be a certain initial element of trial and error while we figure out what the system is. So let's try it in the other order. 1, 2, 3. That's incorrect. So maybe we should think about this in terms of the question block order purely then. But then my thinking about this is then if this is 1 and this is 3, why would this be 2? This would be 2 if you think about it as each block being 2/3. And then let's say this is worth 2/3 and then the middle block is worth 1. So this would be 2. This would be 1 and 2/3. And this would be 4/3, 1 and 1/3. 1 and 1/3, 1 and 2/3, 2. And then you order these in ascending quantity. And that might be it. You heard some players try to brute force as well. We're going to try to understand it. Seems like the sort of thing I should be doing here. Okay, that theory seems to work out. That we can think about the value of the question block as being 2/3. That doesn't tell me, though, what happens when things are not stacked contiguously. Because so far we've been assuming that the empty spaces are worth 0. But then that doesn't give me the information to discern between this one in the center and this one here. That's not how it works? Okay, well, I mean, given the information I had, like, I wouldn't necessarily know that. So... Anyway, you don't need to tell me it's wrong. If it's wrong, I should figure that out myself. Because I had every reason to believe that that might be correct, given this and this. If the empty spaces are worth 0, how do I establish that the last one in part 1 would go 3rd? No, I established that by reasoning like that this would be equivalent to what the values were in the previous segment, that this would be 1 and this would be 3. Oh yeah, that's right, because we actually don't know if this would just be worth more than 3. That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. We kind of changed our mind about the destination of the question blocks halfway through. So far we still don't really have the semantics of the question block down then. Yeah, because we established... Yeah, okay, we definitely want to take notes for the solutions we found so far, first of all. Let's do some notes here. Okay. In this first sequence, it is going to be... yeah, and whenever you put numbers in, you have to understand that they might be readable in one of two ways. So it's important to kind of determine, or rather notate whether you're talking about the order or if you're talking about the cardinality, so to speak. So the second one here is going to be, what is it? 3rd, 2nd, 1st. That seems to be a good way to notate it. We're going to run low on time here. I feel like we need to do a certain amount of trial and error to establish a few early solutions first, and then that will give me enough information to determine the system. Because right now, like, this is insufficient information, I think. Although I think maybe you're meant to read this series all at once, and determine something accordingly about how to translate this information. But yeah, so maybe it's not just additive. Clearly order matters. You know that order matters because this differs from this. I wonder if we're just counting in ternary or something, where we have like a 0, 1, and 2 digit. And we can just read the numbers accordingly. Sound is dead. Yeah, we'll fix it. Also, I've been reading them as vertical stacks, and it might not be the case. I've been reading them as vertical stacks because of the fact that they are aligned to these vertical code entries. Let's fix the sound. This is actually the first time it's failed today, so we've been doing well so far, but not perfectly. Back in just a moment. And yeah, hopefully we don't kill my local audio today that I'm listening to personally, like we did yesterday. I think we have it, though. Document says, from the people you've seen play this, sometimes it seems to be helpful to start over from the beginning and apply what they've learned here at the level to the beginning puzzles. Yeah. Well, anyway, we know this is just going to be an unlock. I have every reason to believe that I should be reading this as 1, 2, 3, and 2, 3, 1, and that we're going in ascending order. I feel like this little tutorial segment here just basically shows you how to operate the sequential lock. And it's not until the next screen that we're even introduced to the question blocks, so... yeah, so... originally I was reading this stack on the left as representing something that's missing in the sequence. And then now we need to understand why this is first, second, third here. We know what it is, we just don't quite understand it. And, you know, apparently my fractional solution earlier, which made perfect sense given the sample size of 2, doesn't work out. And you know by the third element here that it doesn't work out because you don't have a way of determining any difference between the second and the third column on the rightmost puzzle block that you see here. Yeah, I'm just thinking about different interpretations that would potentially apply here. Because let's say you have... I don't know about that. Because previously I was assuming some kind of equivalence between the 3 stack on the left and the 3 stack over here. But that isn't necessarily the case. Maybe the question boxes are just hiding the P boxes. I'm thinking that still runs into trouble with determining the difference between the second and third column on the next one here. But notice how with all 3 of these, you have the column with 3 question blocks that is all the way down the left side. And notice how... yeah, you can probably do like a bit of an elimination here, where this thing on this side, for instance, the rightmost column, you kind of eliminate that it's... you can eliminate 3, for instance, because maybe it's not being masked. And then here, you can eliminate 1, because you know that it's going to be... Well, I mean, actually, you know for sure this is going to be 2, because it's going to be a too high element if you're thinking about the question blocks as a masking element. Maybe the question mark blocks have no clip invincibility stars. Maybe so. This would make sense, though, that if we think about the question blocks as a bit of a constraining element, then we know this has to be 1. This has to be 2. This has to be 3. Okay, good. We'll jot that down on a notepad separately as we go. Although, actually, since we kind of understand the system here, maybe we don't necessarily need to be quite so thorough about jotting down everything. Yeah, so I think the masking theory actually does work pretty well. And we'll just click this off for the time being. So now we think about stacks of 4, and we just constrain it once again. And again, it's just by elimination. We know this column, for instance, maxes out at 2. And probably must be 2. I think it must be 2. This one is at least 2. This one is at least 2. So they must be constrained as 3 and 4. That makes this 1. One, 2, 3, 4. Funny how you immediately got that's how it works, considering their question blocks. Oh, interesting. Maybe so. Anyway, this is minimum 2, minimum 2, minimum 3. Or actually, this is exactly 3. This would make this 1. And this would make this 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like that. Maybe I should have jotted that down, but that's okay. We're at the next coin, so. Okay, now we add ice. You know what? Let's jot that down, because I'm low enough on time that I feel like we will actually... Oh, no, never mind. We'll just have to come back. That's fine. So now ice, I think, is doing a bit of a radial mask, if you know what I mean. That if you think about the ice kind of like a bomb pattern, where it has bombed out the cross around it, then you can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is easy enough to visualize that I don't think I need to take notes on it, in fact. Yeah, so you just think of it like a standard bomb, in fact. And you can kind of visualize it in your head as you go. Which makes this 1, 2, 3. Sound is dead again? Okay. Oh yeah, no, it's just kind of glitchy. Let's try to fix it up. I don't know why it's suddenly acting up after behaving for hours, but we'll fix it. At least we're not running into that power issue that we had the other day when I had to log out of Monkey Island a little early. Speaking of which, for people who have not been keeping up lately, I have been concurrently running a Return to Monkey Island. Here's checkpoint, so. Okay, we're a little low on time. Now I guess we think about both of these as bombs, as before, which make this 1, 2, 3, assuming that the bombs don't negate each other and they're kind of additive. So now we have a mask and a bomb. Now, does the order priority make any kind of difference? Do we think about the mask as being applied last because it's a mask? I think that makes sense. In which case, this would be 1... No, that would not be the case. That would not be the case. But why wouldn't it be? This in the middle, though, I don't know if this works as a masking element then, because oh, I see. So there maybe is actually something gravity dependent here, where I'm just thinking about how this could represent 2 when it's only 1 tile high. And so maybe it's in conjunction with the bomb, where like the bomb has blown up a stack of 2. And a stack of 2 obeys gravity or something and falls into place. But that doesn't explain why the next configuration after that has question blocks in midair. I feel like that has not been answered. But anyway, let's do this. Or why this winds up as 0. So we don't quite know what the semantics of the question block here are yet. We knew this was 3. But then how did I determine that this was 1 and 2? When the bomb was only affecting its own area over there. How did I determine that? Yes, we haven't quite figured out how I'm reading the question block in conjunction with the ice bomb block then. Maybe if we think about it as a chain or something, but then we have no reason to believe that. We have every reason to believe that the question block was just working as a mask as before. The question block, however, could be masking a bomb. That's what it is. If we think of the ice as a bomb, rather, the question block could be masking a bomb. If it is doing so, then that would explain why this is 1 and 2. So, and if that's the case, then we suddenly have something pretty interesting here. Where some of the question blocks could be bomb blocks, but not necessarily. Funny that I think of the ice as being a bomb. Well, that's its pattern, right? Like that has a cross pattern, and yeah. No, you know what I'm getting at. No, it's because I just naturally just kind of read it as that sort of element. I think it's because I was playing stuff like Into the Breach, right? Where, like, with Into the Breach, you're looking at, you know, artillery splash on the grid all the time, and you just kind of develop an eye for it. Anyway, this is going to be minimum... No, this is going to be 1, because... if you look at it, the cross pattern, assuming that these are both ice or bombs, if this were at least 2, it would have left 1 P block there designating it so. From that we can reason that the bottom one here is definitely ice. The top one may or may not be. And here in this column, I mean, this could be anything. But I think this is definitely first, for sure. This has a couple of candidates. It could be 2, 3, or 4. We need to figure out how this one is constrained then. Yeah, because suppose, okay, so we can make two different kinds of assumptions. We can assume this is 2, assume this is 3, assume this is 4, and then we can derive the remaining ones accordingly. So let's say we assume, if we assume that it's 2, that means the bottom one is ice and the top one is not. That's true if we assume that it's 3 as well, but not if we assume that it's 4. I will probably need to jot something down here. Let's maybe take a look at this. Because, yeah, so we don't actually need to jot down notes for everything because we passed checkpoint already. Let's just delete some of this earlier stuff. We don't need it. But let's take a look at this configuration. And let's use I to designate ice. And I don't know what we'll use to designate this square. We'll just use 0 maybe to designate the square. Yeah, good luck with that. Thank you for that document. Hope you've been having a blast with these yourself. So we have a couple of things that we can say about this. So we know that the last one is 1. And we have to constrain this further by making assumptions about what these are. We know this is going to be ice, for sure. This leaves a couple of branching possibilities. Like, we can have a couple of different combinations here. You can have this be nothing. That's a lot of combination to work out, actually. You can have this be nothing. You can have this be a P block, in which case it would be 3. You would have a couple of different hypotheses, like this would be like 3, 1. Or you could have something like this, where it's blank, in which case this would be 2, 1. Now, in the event that it's 2, 1, then suddenly this one is definitely blank. We need some kind of way to designate definitely blank. But if it's definitely blank, then that would be 2, which leads to a contradiction, which, if it's a contradiction, then we know that will not be the case. So, yeah. If this is not ice, though, this still leaves the possibility of 2, 3, 1. Now, because this spot here is still going to be blank. And then 4, 2, 3, 1 should work. So why don't we do that? We basically try to look for contradictions by hypothesizing what the question blocks could be assigned to. And so we're going to try 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's just a constraint problem. There we go. And that's correct. So, yeah, so what we had there then was, and this top one could have been anything. That doesn't really matter. But it kind of makes sense that this would then be stacked like that. Anyway. So now we have a 5x5. And that's going to be interesting. This is the one where you were too dumb. Well, we'll see. Let's start with, yeah, we probably need a way to denote eliminations. I feel like we need some additional notation here. But we will pause this for a moment. let's try to get more of this in view of the camera. No, we can't because of scroll stop. That's okay. We'll do the grid. So let's say we have blank, 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 blank. You know what? We need to denote blank somehow. We need to do this until we build things in. Okay. So here we go. And then once we've determined that certain squares are going to be empty, then we'll explicitly empty them out. Perhaps. I know this is inconsistent with the notation I had previously, but we'll run with it. So question blocks can be assigned to one of three things. They can be empty, they can be P blocks, and they can be the ice blocks that we perceive as bombs. We can probably just theorize a bit. We know that the first column will not be 5. The reason we know that is that even if the question block on the top left corner is ice, it will not affect the top left. So, of the 5 columns, let's say we have 5 columns. Column 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, let's say. And then, so column 1 is going to be less than 5. We know that. And so the question is, what could conceivably still be 5? Any of the remaining ones, really. But then we need to start doing some eliminations, and I think it's easier to start hypothesizing about these 2 in the middle here, the ones that have 2 question blocks in that stack, because they have a fewer number of possible configurations. So, for instance, we can take a look at a couple of theories here. Basically, we're trying to look at this spot and this spot, and we have a couple of different configurations between 4 question blocks. We can have, actually, that's still a lot of combinations. That's still a lot of combinations to determine, in fact. Because let's say you have, well, actually, no, you know that the bottom question blocks will never be empty. Therefore, the bottom question blocks can only be one of 2 possibilities, that being ice or ice or P block. They must be either ice or P block. So you basically have 2. Well, you have a couple of different combinations that are possible. You can have this. You can have, basically, you think of them like binary digits. You can have this configuration, and you can finally have, whoops, no, sorry. Let's do this in order. Ice, ice, baby. So you have basically these possible configurations if you take care of this bottom 2 set here. And we need to determine what kind of constraints that will set. Particularly because we know that one of these will be a 5 column. If one of these is a 5 column, then one of the top blocks must be ice. And we don't know which one. So actually, let's take a quick let's jot down a couple of the constraints that we're looking at just to kind of clear up our reasoning so far and, examine things a little more thoroughly. So here are the constraints. Bottom row is never blank, so it's ice or P. Fourth row, one question mark block must be ice. Yeah, good luck with the rest of this. Yeah, it's certainly going to take our time to figure this one out. Yeah, so the bottom row is never blank. The fourth row, one of them must be ice. Leftmost column we know is maximum 4, and in fact we can iterate through the different possibilities. In fact, the leftmost column is 4. The column next to it must consist entirely of ice in order to have eliminated what is on the left side, which means that it would be 5. So if column 1 is 4, column 2 must be 5. Today there's a full random weapons rotation in Salmon Run where you can get the Grisco Stringer. Oh, I didn't know that. I've been off of Splatoon for a few days because I've just been far too busy, so I should look into that accordingly, so thanks for the reminder. And if column 2 is ice, 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 that doesn't tell you much about column 3. But we can kind of reason our way where we can say if column 1 is 3, for instance, if column 1 is 3, that actually constrains column 2 quite a bit. So we can actually iterate through each of these, and I think that's going to be a better approach because we can start constraining things immediately. If column 1 is 3, it is going to constrain everything next to it. Then column 2 does have to have ice matching the height of column 1, which means that it is minimum 3 or minimum. Well, I mean, it can't be 3 itself, so it must be 4 or 5. Column 2 must be 3, 4, 5. Column 2 must be. This is a lot of branching, though, to take care of. Yeah. And then, because the ice must match. Now, the interesting thing is that column 3 is going to impose some additional constraints then, because we're going to run out of time here, but that's okay because we'll. Oh, and audio is dead again anyway, but that's okay. We're mostly talking over this. And audio is not so critical for this level right now, so we'll just continue as is. Since we're just puzzling this out. So, what we'll do here then is think about the different possibilities for column 2 and how they impose constraints on column 3. And maybe we'll just kind of roll things over from left to right, and that's the best way to go about doing it. Yeah, so column 1 is always going to be less than column 2. Basically, we have to think about whether there are any other candidates for what we're looking at here. So there's number 2 here. I feel like this is maybe not the most efficient way to sketch this. Also, my notepad is maybe exceeding the bounds of my display here. Let's reduce this a bit. We're going to run out of time. That's okay. We'll just get back to this area with more time on the clock. And we'll worry about audio later. Let's not fuss with it right now. Although I probably don't want to redo this stuff by memory, do I? So I should actually have jotted this down. CV1. CP1. Let's write this down this time. I did solve this previously, so we want to be able to speed through it. This was 312. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, third, first, second. I know my own notation. We don't need to be too thorough about that. And then this is 1, 2, 3. 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. And this one we figured out earlier. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and now we're here. Great. With 400 seconds restored on the clock. Okay, back to this. We probably can apply a better method to it. I'm just thinking about how columns 3 and 4 are going to constrain ones on the outside. And there's a sort of additional restriction here in that you know that the ones on the outside must differ from each other. And that in order to have these blanks over here, that's going to be interesting. Well, you can't have both of these be 5. And the only way that columns 3 or 4 could be 5 is if they have ice on the bottom and on the top. And it's not going to apply to both of them. Yeah, so we have a couple of... This is an important constraint, in fact. If column 3 is 5, that's going to be ice, ice. Going from top to bottom. Then column 4 is 1 or 2, I think. Hang on, let's bring up the notes. Because it must be either P ice or... No, it can't be P ice because it'll be blank ice or blank E. Blank E would be 1, or blank ice would be 2. Let's notate this properly. So this actually is a pretty big breakthrough, and this also applies in reverse. That's column 4 will constrain column 3 in exactly the same way. That's assuming that one of these is 5. Probably won't be. Because if column 3 is 4, and again, this is reversible, under what circumstances can it be 4? Actually, no. The logic here is flawed, because I'm thinking that, yeah, because if it's 5, then the other one's not 5. If it's 4... I'm thinking about whether it's possible for column 3 or 4 to be 5, because if one of them is 4, for instance, that would imply P block on top, ice block on bottom, and a P block constraining it from this, or sorry, an ice block constraining it from the side. If that's the case, yeah, we need to diagram this properly to actually hypothesize. And unfortunately, this is maybe not the best display for doing that. Well, let's think about this. This is not quite right. It's either 1 or... Well, we don't know what the numbers will be. We do know what the configurations must be. We know that top one will not be equivalent. Actually, it could still be ice. It's just that it would be blowing up nothingness rather than a P block. Right? No, okay. That's not quite right then. Yeah, it is possible for both of them to be ice and for them to be 5 and 4. So no, this is flawed. We're getting rid of it. The other stuff so far is correct though. I'm pretty sure. So yeah, let's maybe stop this. Or I could just fix the audio while I'm thinking, and we can just leave the note screen up. Well, or not. Just a moment. Because then we can listen to some of the jungle music while we're thinking, which is maybe helpful. So yeah, we know that this leftmost one is going to impose a whole bunch of constraints. So maybe we should go back to the method of going from left to right again, just to see what's possible. Because this one will always affect what the one next to it must be. Yeah, so we know that column 1 will always constrain column 2. And everything else should actually just fall into place. Because if it's 4 or 5... Hang on here, let's just take a look. If column 1 is 3 high, column 4 must have a... It must finish with ice, ice, ice. Like it'll be something ice, ice, ice. So. Whoops. Notate it like this. And 3, 4, 5 means that it must be something, something, ice, ice. And that something cannot be ice. There's a lot to work on here, though. Because we have to iterate through so much stuff. Because let's say we have column 1 look like this. Let's try to diagram this. Blank, 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 E, let's say. Then we know that the next one is ice. And we don't know anything about what's above it. I feel like we need a better method for this because it's not very systematic, my approach to it currently. Yeah, because we have the P there. We have yeah, this is not very good notation, unfortunately. I should figure out some other kind of notational scheme to properly capture this. But yeah, that'll be blank, 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 blank. This will be something, something, something. And again, we kind of just need to progress left to right until we find a contradiction then. But there are just so many branches. We need to maybe start with the ones that lead to the fewest complexities, which means starting from the top. Yeah, because this must be I, this must be something. It must be minimum 4, and that would mean this is P. That makes sense. If that's the case, then do we lead to a contradiction somehow? Then this next one must be maximum 3. If it's maximum 3, that means this one must be empty. We'll just leave an empty space, actually. It's better. And it could be 3, it could be 2, it could be 1. But we don't know. But then we'll start with the bigger numbers and work our way down. I think that's the way to do it. Is that you start with the biggest numbers and work on that as your foundational constraint. Then yeah, you should always assume the largest one first, because that creates the most constraints. And then you work your way down from there. So for example, these blanks, if they're next to ice, could be like this. Whoops, let's not blank out here. Could be anything, really. But then, is it possible for the next one then to be 2? I think it is. Assuming that something on either side is actually going to work. I mean, like basically we need to see if this works as a theoretical configuration or not. Or if we just wind up eliminating it. Yeah, because this could be 1, this could be 2. if this is maximum 3, then there's definitely nothing here. If there's nothing here, and 4 is already taken, then this is definitely empty. Which means that, yeah, we'll designate the definite empties like this. Now, this thing here, let's say we have 3. We got to think about this a little more carefully. Yeah, because so far, let's say we have, just as a hypothesis, 4, and then 5, and then this would be maximum 3. This would then be, I can have a couple of empties over here. Probably maximum 2, so it could be 2, 1. No, it couldn't be 2, 1 because like this would be eliminated. Let's try a bit of a fuzzy solution just to see if either one works, and then we can try to reverse engineer it. We're going to try 4, 5, 3, 1, 2 and 4, 5, 3, 2, 1. Just to see here. Don't want to brute force it or guess necessarily, but I feel like we're trying to constrain it with that similar order. And we're just trying to see if this creates a contradiction that makes it an impossible solution or not. Because we're assuming 4 for the first column, 5 for the second column. That forces some combination for what remains. And we don't know what that is yet. I'm trying to look for some contradiction. Yeah, actually, because 4 and 5 are already taken at this point, we know that this top one will be empty. And we know that this piece is empty and this piece is empty. Then we have a kind of a maximum 3 on the final column as well. If that's the case, then we know that this is also gone. And then we have potentially ice. Yeah, like basically I'm thinking, like, can this be 2, 1 or can this be, because let's say we do this. It can't, because like it cannot be 4, 5, 3, 2, 1. Eliminate that. It can be 4, 5, 3, 1, 2. I think it can. Because we could just eliminate either side like that. Except 2 would fail to eliminate the block next to it. That's okay, because this could potentially be ice as well. And that would actually work. We're going to try 4, 5, 3, 1, 2, just to see. It might be wrong, but I don't see that it introduces an impossibility. I mean, we can also just eliminate it sort of by almost brute force. So that's a no. I mean, the thing is that the 4 and 5 conjecture is just a conjecture right now. We don't even know if it's going to work. But basically we haven't found the appropriate contradiction yet. Then this is a lot of possibilities to iterate through. Like it's not even that it's hard necessarily. It's just a lot of paperwork to do it properly. And I'm wondering if there's some kind of heuristic or shortcut that we can apply. Also, the audio keeps failing every time I get back into it, but well. I guess that's what happens if we just leave the sound dead for long enough on my stream. Who knows? But yeah, we've been thinking about this for some time. So yeah, it's not going to be 45312. I don't see where the contradiction is, but we haven't worked through this exhaustively enough. I think we've just been losing track of the notes. And this may take some time. I actually wonder if we should reverse the order that I'm doing this in and do the troll level now so we have a reasonable chance of finishing it. And then go back to this one, because I feel like this is actually going to require maybe a separate session of its own. Because it's just a lot of note-taking right now, which might not be fun to watch on stream. There's a definite method. You just iterate, and you set what constraints are. And like, you know, for instance, that column 1 is always going to force column 2. And that there's going to be a certain forcing order that's going to work. And then that's going to restrict what you can do with the other ones. But my goodness, it's a lot of paperwork. So if there's an easier method of constraining it that isn't just sort of exhaustive iteration, I'd like to find out what that is. There might be some kind of additional reasoning heuristic that we can apply here. Because like I'm basically trying to think about whether there's a faster way to do this. That doesn't take forever and ever. I think we need to take advantage of the fact that we know that each of these numbers is going to be unique. And basically we need to think about how they could potentially be flipped. Like we know that the more we fill in, the more we restrict the possible solution space of whatever remains. And so we only have so many combinations that are going to be possible, right? So we have, for example, yeah, we basically have, you know, like 4 or 5 something, 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 and we just look for the contradictions. We know that we can do like 3, 5, something, 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 3, 4, something, something, something. And that should, yeah, I'm basically trying to find like a cleaner notation for doing this because we have such a messy notepad already at this stage. It's not very elegant. It might almost be better to do this in the editor, actually. I feel like possibly the way to do this is, in fact, to map it out in the editor. Whoops, no, that's wrong. That would, of course, necessitate actually leaving the level. But it might actually be the smart way to do it. And because then I can actually illustrate it without resorting to massive notepad. I like this idea. I'm going to swap over to the editor. We're going to exit the level. And we're going to do it this way. So give me one moment. I'll just need to start a new file that is well out of the way of the other stuff in my course spot. We'll be right back. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I think this is actually going to be a much faster method because we can do a direct visual comparison that is much easier to edit. And so we'll just head over to CoreSpot in just a moment. And start up something new. I have so few slots for this kind of stuff. Alright. Oh, there's an additional problem here. I need to switch controllers to use CoreSpot. Hang on. Just a moment. I'm on my Super Nintendo controller, and so we need to swap things around a little bit. And we'll be right back. Okay. Let's get the note screen off for a moment. Let's maybe get the theme to match just to be totally stylish about it. And we're going to have a couple of elements that we use here. Let's see if I still remember how to use the controller interface in this game. So we're going to have that. We're going to have ice. Whoops. Hang on. Finger cursor, there we go. Tells you how rarely I actually use the maker mode with the controller here. It's going to take a... There we go. Alright, so we've got a couple of different elements here. We can create a grid. So the solution grid that we have currently, let's see if we can grab the semi-solid. Hang on. Which is totally going to give me some problems here. Semi-solid, yeah, we just need a different semi-solid pattern, I suppose. We'll do a 5x5 grid like this. And we know that we have this. Then, so the thing I'm looking at right now, multi-grab, is that we have a couple of different possibilities that we're going to look at in branches, basically. Where we can maybe copy this over. And so the thing I was looking at is, so suppose we have this, right? I'm going to demonstrate this visually for once. If you had 4 on this column, so first of all, you know that it's not going to be 5. The reason you know that's not going to be 5. Oh, do you actually know that? I don't actually know that. Yes, I do. Because if this were 5, let me see if I can explain my reasoning here. If this were 5, you would need an ice block here to remove this block on the top left. You know that can't be the case because you would then have 2 columns that are equal to 5 in height. Okay, let's demonstrate it this way. This is much better. I wish I thought of this an hour ago. So, you know that the maximum for this is going to be 4. And you know that if this is 4, then you would have something that looks like this. That you must have ice blocks, a sufficient number of ice blocks that removes the column on the left side. If this is the case, then you know that the remaining ones have a maximum height of 3. This is the problem with exiting the level, by the way, is that I can't actually test the mechanism as I go. We basically need to just hypothesize as much as we can. So we're left with something that looks like this. But because 4 is already taken, we know we can delete all of these right away. And so we have a maximum of 3 here. So basically we can assume 3 and just start to eliminate the possibilities. This is a much saner method, actually. Where, for example, we can just start with this just provisionally. And we're going to say, okay, what if this is 3? If this is 3, then we must eliminate these. And if we eliminate that, then we run into trouble. Because we know that... no, we don't run into trouble, because the question blocks can also just mask a whole lot of nothing. So, the one I tried earlier was 3-1-2. The reason I tried 3-1-2 was because you sort of have the assumption that you can go like this, 4-5-3-1, and then you would just have question marks stand in for P blocks for the rest. That's an interesting question, though, is that we might need to think about that kind of order logic for the interaction between the question block and the ice block again. Now we might need to go back to the puzzles to look at this, because we know that a question block can disguise blankness. But like I'm just thinking about the sort of rule resolution between that and what we would have otherwise. So, for example, if we had this, why couldn't we have that? Like, why would this not work? That we would have just this and this, and then we would just have 2 blanks here because they're question blocks and they could be anything. Because we know that these 2 are blank spaces, this eliminates these 2. This is just empty. I was sure I tried this earlier and that it just didn't work, and so we don't actually have sufficient reason to eliminate it. Because to me it feels like it totally works. Where these question blocks just designate nothing. And these 2 are emptied out by the presence of the ice blocks here. Right? So, for example, we can try a different configuration. Let's say we assume that this is 2, for instance. Then we have a shape like this. And we know that one of these needs to be 3. So we ask ourselves, well, what happens if this is 3? We know that's not going to be the case, because that would require enough ice blocks to remove this location here. And they can't both be 3. So then we ask ourselves, well, what if this is, whoops, 1? And if it's 1, then we would have like a 2-1-3 configuration, which is possible. So let's actually jot that down. That I don't see the contradiction there yet. So let's say 4-5-2-1-3. What would be the issue there? That we would assume that this gets blanked, this gets blanked, this gets blanked. And this doesn't necessarily need to be ice, it could just well be P, I think. Because this has once again been eliminated. So what is the issue there with that kind of initial 4-5 configuration? Like, I don't feel like we have sufficient information to eliminate this, if I'm understanding the semantics of the different blocks properly. But so it's worth trying. If we want to kind of semi-brute force it, this is a combination that seems to be worth trying. A 2-1-3. And we'll just jot down the ones that are actually potential candidates. Let's just establish candidates, in fact. So, once again, let's say we do something else now. Let's say we start with the assumption. Whoops. That 5 tall? Yeah, that's great. Let's start with the assumption that we have 3. Then we know that we need to have a sufficient number of blocks to eliminate all of those, which means this is going to be minimum 4. Again. And there may not be something up top, we don't actually know. So this is why it's 4 or 5. And then we would have to fill in the rest of this stuff here. And we know that one of these would have to be 5. And yeah, I know that the sound just keeps dying on me today, but we'll just talk over this and live with it for now, since we're not progressing much anyway. So, supposing that we have 4 over here. I actually wonder if I should actually just put on some alternate background music. Just to have some thinking music available. Let's say we have 4 here. One of these would need to be 5. And it probably can't be this one, because whatever is 5 would need to have ice eliminate what is up top. And you would still need like a 1 and a 2 somewhere down here. Because let's say you have a 1 and a 2, right? Let's say you end up with something like this. This is just hypothesizing. I feel like it's insufficiently constrained because I'm not applying a rule that's strict enough when it comes to how the ice blocks eliminate the question blocks. I think I'm missing some kind of essential context there. Yeah, we know this isn't going to be the 5 column because you just wouldn't have sufficient information to eliminate these two. So you know this is never going to be the 5. But suppose that this is the 5. Let's say we have this over here. Once again, that's not going to be possible because you don't have anything to eliminate the top block. Unless this is ice. And then you can eliminate it. But then you would have a 2 and a 1 and it's remaining. And it would have to look something like this. Would we have sufficient information? Well, I mean, this would assume that question marks, once again, are going to give you blanks. Yeah, I feel like this is insufficiently systematic. Because then you have to account for the possibility that like this gives you 3 and 5, for instance. And then that leads to a whole nest of other complications because you have to figure out like what gives you 4. I just still don't see how the other solutions we've considered so far are wrong, though. I don't see where the elimination is coming from. Because, whoops, let's say you do this. And then this would be covered, this would be covered. I mean, what's actually wrong with this? Given that we don't need to eliminate anything here. I wonder if we should just go back in and try it. Okay, in the interest of time, I think we need to maybe try some candidate combinations and then possibly shunt this one aside to an additional stream. Because I feel like this is going to be a lot of paperwork, and maybe it's better if I kind of do my paperwork off stream and then show my work. And then we can do that in conjunction with the troll level and possibly with the 69 MMC tomorrow if I have time to work on it. Because otherwise we'll just be talking through like every possible combination here until we figure out the rule set that we want. So, but anyway, this is the approach that I'm taking. This is kind of a rough representation of the way I'm thinking about this. I think what I want to do is I do want to go back to the level and play it through in case we have missed something about the question and ice semantics. So we're going to get right back to it. Because right now I'm looking at some of these and thinking, okay, I don't have sufficient information to eliminate the things I want to eliminate. Why is that? And we have to kind of go back to the course world and see if we can figure that out. I mean, we're not going to brute force it. It's just a matter of like finding the right kind of heuristic to constrain this as quickly as possible. And yeah, I might be missing something very important, and I think we need to go back because right now I'm in an insufficient information situation. So let's go back into it. Yeah, there's an elimination rule that I'm missing. I'm pretty certain of that, in fact. So let's pay special attention to the question blocks once again in terms of what they could potentially designate. And specifically the ice interaction. Okay, we've seen a lot of this stuff previously. We can just do it again. So the question stacks are a mask. We've figured that much out. The blank spaces must be blank spaces. Ah, the blank spaces must be blank spaces. That's what it is. That's what it is. No, because once you introduce the ice logic, that no longer remains the case. No, because once you introduce the ice, the ice bombs, so to speak, that is no longer true. But let's look at this carefully. And yeah, every time you see the P blocks, that means something must be present in that location. And every time you see an empty space, that means it must be empty, at least at this stage of the puzzle. Once you get into the ice stuff, then things get a little dicey. Anyway, let's go back to this. Just kind of eyeballing it, because you can reconstruct from principle pretty quickly. Okay. And then this clue makes things pretty clear. Yeah, notice that so far with this one, the ice is only interacting with the P blocks. We don't know yet how it interacts with the question blocks, given the information that we've seen up to this point. And yeah, it's going to be this. So here it only interacts with the P blocks. And we're back here. And then, yeah, 1, 2, 3. And then this was blank because question block was disguising ice. And then this is 1, 2, 3. And then this one, I jotted down in my notes, but we're going to retrace it anyway, just to kind of make sure I understand it. Yeah, because there was a limit to who could constrain what, so that gives you this order here. And then we're back here. So we need to think once again about the rules that we applied to this in order to establish something about this. Because when this is blank on the right side, why was it blank? Because we know that in order for it to be any higher, no, because there was no possibility that something here. Oh, yeah, so notice how in this spot here, we I think one of the rules that we need to look at here is that ice can't destroy ice. Because if the question block is down below and it's ice, the second block here must be P or empty, right? We've made a determination here that in order for this column to be 1, the second block from the bottom in this column could not be ice. How do we determine that? There was some reasoning here that we had previously applied. I think that might be it. That if you have an empty space, So I think the sketching method was correct. And the rule that we're missing is that at no point have we seen that ice can actually eliminate other ice. It doesn't do that, right? And that if the bottom question block is ice, this column here was 3 high, right? Yeah. There was some kind of constraint here that we had looked at that... Oh yeah, no, because we determined this based on just reasoning what the question blocks could possibly be. Whether they were ice blocks or whether they were P blocks. Do we have any evidence that the question blocks can be blank spaces? Yes, we do, because that's in the introductory segments. So that might change a few things. It might just change a few things. Let's try something anyway. I feel like I'm still operating on insufficient information, but that we may have caught on to something subtle. Yeah, that's not going to be it, but I need to step away from this one and rethink it, I think. And I think it's maybe best if we continue this in a second segment. I can definitely get it, I think, but right now we're definitely missing a rule. It's not a matter of just iterating through it exhaustively, because I'm not finding enough contradictions to distinguish some candidate solutions from others and actually eliminate them, because I was just not able to eliminate the thing I was thinking about. And that tells me that we're not applying the rule strictly enough. And one of those rules might be what we're looking at with this column here, which is that we thought about what the question block placement could possibly eliminate on the right column. And we made a determination that, you know, this would wind up being 1 simply because the second block from the bottom on the rightmost column must be empty. We have to look at this one further. I like it enough already, but I think we're going to continue tomorrow, when I've had a chance to actually process some notes and clean them up. And I guess we'll save the troll for tomorrow as well. It's kind of too bad that we're sort of ditching this when we actually have a pretty big audience today. But it makes sense, rather than to push everything even later, perhaps. So we'll attempt to do it tomorrow's stream and run a bonus session. Scheduling information will be on the Discord as usual. I don't want to spoil myself by looking at more info, but I do want to see the clear list so far. I'm just kind of curious. And there are eventually balloons that we're going to look at. Yeah, a lot of the puzzle people have gotten this one already. I'm missing something. I'm definitely missing something. As this must be relatively accessible. Oh, MangMang69 had first clear as well. Multiplayer versus matches played 4. Fascinating. We've only hit 1 checkpoint too, right? So yeah, as with the kind of fractional solution I was trying at the beginning, I think I may just be overthinking it in some ways. But we need to sketch it out. I think doing it in the editor was a good approach that we should probably return to, especially for the purposes of visual demonstration. I'm not at the difficult part yet. Yeah, no, I'm just missing a really critical rule. And it's probably something really obvious. Especially because we are going to be going for the bonus objective on this. So I think I need to set it aside, especially because sound is glitching like crazy on the stream. And actually get out some pen and paper, perhaps. We'll get back to it. We're not letting this one lie. I mean, I've solved much harder stuff than this before. Much harder stuff. And this should be a fairly straightforward constraint satisfaction problem. It's just that we're failing to process some particular item in the rule set. So we're going to bail for now. We completed 6 out of 8 today. We want to leave ample time for both this level and a troll, and possibly a 69 MMC. Once again, thank you to Pangea Panga for the massive raid earlier, and for everybody who stayed and followed from that. We usually do a much bigger, much more successful showing of puzzle solving than this, because this is actually very much up my alley. I'm just not on my game today, perhaps. So we're going to switch off for now, and we're going to raid somebody else. Likely just somebody doing a maker stream, but I'll scan around and see what's available. For a moment, though, we'll just postpone this, think about it some more, clean up my notes, and continue as soon as we're able to. So, thanks for watching. Thanks for bearing with the last long stretch of this experience. It honestly didn't go very successfully. And we'll see you soon. Until then, enjoy your weekend, enjoy this week's match of levels, and fare thee well.